the wire. It's the wire, Calvin. Dude, you have made such a mess here. Are you ever gonna just not be a puppy? Hey, what'd you find? Oh, a fork. Right. This is from the fork from the food you stole from me this morning, huh? Yep, that's my butt. Yep. What do you smell there? Something interesting. Red, how's it going? Just for you, Red. Redstone. 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 Oh, yeah, yeah. Send me the link. Your support means a lot to me. I'm doing my part. Whoop. Oh, okay. Isn't there a number to change the type? Yeah, the performance is way better. Middle for water. Okay. Whoops. Just keep in mind, not everybody has a middle mouse button. It'd be really cool if you added an undo button. I'm just filling up this shaft that I've made here. Let's see if I can fill this shaft up all the way. Leave it to Cricket. That's interesting. I don't know. I mean, you look at the number of pixels. When we started, was it that way? Right now we're really high, but when I make it larger, we lose frames. See that? So if I draw this and we lower the size, our frame rate jumps up. So I think part of that is because you're likely... here's the other thing. I'm guessing that you're constantly... are you using a tile map? No. Use a tile map for this. These are sprites. Tile maps don't work well in OpenGL 2. Well, there's definitely, as we increase the number of objects on the scene, it gets way bigger. So I'm wondering, you know, you probably have these as objects. There's behaviors for sand and whatnot. They're it will tell them all to sleep. The thing is, and this is Godot 3. Yeah, you should know for sure. What I would do is set things up so that you can get some debugging info, like a tab, make the tab key, add a draw call to these things to indicate their current state or something. Is it constantly drawing what's in an array? Like, what does the scene tree on something like this look like when it's running? Yeah, go for it. Now it finds it and replaces it. Well, something, I would add dude, you need to start debugging. I would set a breakpoint when the game should be idle and figure out what the hell's going on each step. Because something is going on as we add more. The frame rate just dips. And there is also something to do with the scale of the image. Seems to increase the frame rate. Maybe. At least in the beginning, it sure does. I've made it so wood never updates now. Be sure that that's really what's happening. Set a breakpoint in the update of wood. When you get the scene running how you want it, and you've drawn some wood and it shouldn't update, set a break on the update call for wood and see what happens. And there's a deep sleep now. I don't know. The other thing I would do is, these things are falling off the edge. They probably still exist in the scene. And if the water falls off, like watch this. I bet if I just do water, the frame rate will drop. Because you need to cull the ones that fall off the scene. You need to cue free things that fall off the drawable area. And you can actually set how far off the camera something will cue free. And they clear now if off screen. I don't think they are, though. I mean, because look, we're at 3,000, and if I just paint some sand, see the frame rate drop? The sand might be doing that. No, it's not. Draw some water, frame rate's dropping. Updated. You're on an old one. Okay. Oops, wrong one. Okay, it's definitely cue freeing now. Yeah, the draw is way faster. It's gaining on it. And this definitely isn't behaving like water would. I think because you have it going back and forth on the horizontal, it's probably you've got the code so that it's checking for a collision, some sort of collision check where, oh, if this is true and this is true, then there's nothing to worry about. But in my opinion, water should be checking left, right, and bottom. So first it checks bottom and sees if there's anything below it, and if there isn't, it keeps moving down. And then when it hits something, then it checks left. You pick a pattern of left or right. And if it sees something on the left but nothing on the right, then it starts to move in that direction. But what I would do is once it moves all the way in one direction and hits something else. See, this is the tough thing about liquids. Fluids are hard to simulate. Yeah, the FPS definitely seems to be sticking up. Now, this is actually possible in real life, a scenario like this. This is how you get quicksand. It's looking good, man. I'm really impressed. You're learning a lot. Shit, I should be doing little projects like that instead of... Okay, so what Colin set me out on is that it's possible that there is some sort of Stack Overflow. Where do you see Stack Overflow? I don't have Stack Overflow open. I don't know what you're talking about. That was Twitch, buddy. Or Twitter. Let's go to my history. And we'll search Stack. Ah. September. Yeah, there's a couple of Stack Overflows. You've never used it. You've never had a Stack Overflow in a search result. Fascinating. But what I had open was Twitch. Or Twitter. That's what I closed. So I don't know. Maybe I was going fast. I don't know. Well, I'm desperate for an answer, so I'm looking everywhere. Don't try and play it off. I don't... all right. I will clip it. Okay. I'm not saying... You're not understanding me. I don't care that you think having Stack Overflow is a bad thing. I didn't think I had it open is all I was saying. All right. So there's this guy. This guy's got a video, but this no longer works for anything. Okay, this is the key here. Jotson with a gigantic, enormous raid. How's it going? We're dealing. I'm kind of going down a rabbit hole right now of boring. I exported the project for somebody to test, but we're having some issues. It appears to be the DLLs are not being included in the package that I'm using. So how was your day of development? Let me give a shout out to Jotson. By the way, Jotson has an enviable work ethic. For me, I wish I had the focus that Jotson has. Alas, I am like an easily distracted puppy. Pazu, thanks for the follow. So yeah, let me show you what I'm actually working on though. We could do that. So what we have done is we have translated. This is pretty cool. This is cool stuff, guys. Check this out. Okay. So we're trying to pull as much performance out of this thing that I'm working on. Give me a second. My mom's calling me. And you're not focused on. Hey, how's it going? Hey. He's in here. Yeah. All right. Bye. All right. That's the gate check. At our house, we have to make sure, where is Calvin when we go to open the gate? Calvin's our dog because he's a little rascal. And when we open the gate, it's kind of a pain if he's around. But anyways, so you had a 30-minute conversation instead of working. That's funny. All right. So what's going on here? Let me show you what's going on here. So right now we're animating. We have this character here. The point of this is so that we can swap it out with any sprite we want. So we can create these avatars, just like stream avatars. But the difference here is they're articulated. So what that means is that we can animate these things using skeleton animation in Godot. So let me give you an example of what that looks like. If I enable the modification stack for the skeleton, I can use kinematics to animate. And we have these little points that each of the joints that I've set the kinematics on will point to. And so you can keyframe these bad boys, right? And then we can swap out those sprites. This is like our little test avatar. I call him Poser. So we have this little poser dude that we can manipulate and keyframe animations for him down here in the animation player. Then what we do, once we've keyframed these kinematic points, if we have thousands of these avatars running at a given moment, or 100 even, depending on the performance of your workstation, it can severely impact the performance, because with the skeletons, Godot is processing all of the mesh of the skeleton. It appears, even if I disable it, if I go and say, hey, don't process, it still hits the CPU. I don't know why, but I'm just gonna deal with it. So the way that I dealt with it was, let me open up our test avatar. This is what I'm calling our boneless avatar. So there's no bones on here. And how are we making this happen? The way that we're making this happen is we're translating our coordinates to these sprites here. And when we key, except for the torso, if we key anything else, we're only keying the rotations, because we only need the joint rotations. And the way that this is actually working is we set the origins of where the joints should be on the sprites. Then we build our scene structure in such a way that they're inherited so that rotations are fixated on each of the extended appendages, right? Then when we record, we can keyframe the animations just for the sprite rotations. So if you go over to this avatar here, I can show you, let's see. Of course I'm not in the animation player. So if we go over to animation player, we have this walking animation here. This is keyed with, you'll see here at the on the sides here, this is keyed just with rotations. You see, except for the torso, because that's sort of the whole body. Sometimes it needs to crouch or whatever. So when we spawn the avatar, we're going to have like a global position that we can set it at. and that'll be handled somewhere else, not on the avatar. Something is taking care of the avatar can take care of itself. But if we're playing a game in this, then that game is kind of controlling where the avatar is in a given moment if it's participating in the game. But anyways, the other thing we can do, so let me just show you that it works. So this is our walking animation here with just the rotations, no bones. And then this is the same animation when we keyed it originally. So if we go back to the walking animation here, let me set it on loop. This is the same animation, right? I don't know why that's flipping out right there right now. But anyways, the other thing that we get to do once we set this up this way is that we're doing, I should say, is we're baking the animation at 60 frames a second with nearest. So we're not doing any interpolation for the animations. Judicus, thanks for the follow. So there's no interpolation between frames. So this is another thing that takes the load off the CPU. So now we're back to being GPU bound. So what does this mean? It means that we can, I'm just doing the rundown for everybody. It means that we can spawn many of these guys. Let me show you this. So this is kind of like a test scene here. This is our frame rate up in the top corner here. And then we have any number we can put in here, and we can add avatars. So right now, the only animation that currently plays is the walk animation. But you can see right now we're at 900 frames a second. And we can add about 10 times the number of avatars that we could previously before we reach 60 FPS. And on my Potato laptop, which can barely stream at 70p on Twitch, I can get about 700 of these bad boys at 60. So, and the GPU is pegged at 100 when that's happening. So again, this isn't a console, right? And so I don't know, like everyone's like, why don't you just optimize for 100 avatars? And I can't, because 100 avatars for me is I have 5 times the performance of someone else, right? So I just kind of had to make sure that we are at least GPU bound, so that we know that that's, at least a thing that we're shooting for. So we're testing at the same screen resolution across computers and stuff like that, just to make sure. The other thing that I've discovered in all of this is that Godot 4 does not, and I didn't know this, but with 2D sprites right now, Godot does not batch draw them. So what that means is literally if you run this through frame tool, what is it called? I always forget. I have it here somewhere. Render doc. If you run it through a tool where you can see what's happening at each frame, the draws, you'll see literally every single component of the sprite is drawn in the frame. So this is even without batching. So if they ever bring batching over to 2D draw calls in 4, then we're going to be like off the charts, because everything's on the CPU side, right? So, or the GPU. So we can just push it even further to wherever, so that's going to be huge. And we could actually we could probably calculate what that means performance-wise, where if we split up the sprite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, if it batches, it could do it in 10, I think. I don't quite understand it myself, but so that means that if we have 1,000, we could have 10,000, possibly. I don't know. But all that's good news. Anyways, that's where we're at. And the other nice thing about this is I'm noticing when you deal with volumes in scenes, when you're spawning a lot of scenes on your running scene, that the more you can make things lean and not have a lot of elements, because all of these things add up, they all take up memory and everything. And so the fewer things you have on your scene, just the less that's going to happen. So like an example of this is we have the display name that's going to come and go. It's in a weird spot right now, but that's going to come and go. So we can instantiate like 10 display names or like 20 and just to have them, we can have them always ready and in an array, and then just pop one off when we need it, put it on the scene where we need it, and then take it off later. And that way it's just always ready. And then we don't have one on every single avatar at every single moment. And then the other thing is we have this shout thing when they're speaking. And so that goes hand in hand with it. So we'll be able to get rid of these things off here. And again, this is in volume. If you're only going to have 20 characters on your screen, you could probably get away with the skeleton stuff like I was doing. But this is like, I'm discovering these weird things when I'm dealing with this huge scale that I'm using to test performance. And the reason, okay, so the reason why I'm doing it this way is because I'm trying to shoot for the widest audience for this. I do want it to be sort of a competitor to Stream Avatars, this thing I'm working on. And so we want to cast the widest net possible. Some people called what I did a little like premature optimization, but I really don't think so. But I'm good for now. I think I can kind of move on. And I was trying to move on, and that's when I ran into the exporting issue where I exported the project and I can run it fine on my machine, but nobody else can, which is like great. It appears that what's going on. So I'm coding in C#. And it appears that what's going on is I'm using a couple of NuGet packages, and those are DLLs. And it seems like it's possible that those DLLs are not being included when I export the executable. So we're going to... the first thing I really need to do to be able to troubleshoot this is to recreate the problem. So I think what I'm going to do is download a virtual machine and get Linux on here so I can at least recreate the issue. I do have VirtualBox. Okay. Do I have any machines on here? Okay. Well, VirtualBox doesn't like me right now. So let's go ahead and download another copy of VirtualBox. But we need to replicate the problem. Having worked in IT for so many years, one of the hardest things to do is troubleshoot an issue that you cannot replicate. That can be something like something that's intermittent, which is what I'm dealing with my car right now. It's a lot of fun to do that and troubleshoot that, because it takes up a bunch of your time unless you want to pay a mechanic a bunch of money to deal with it. Or it's a problem you literally don't have access to the machine and you have no way of replicating it, so you kind of have to... Installing the networking feature will reset your net connection, disconnect you from the network. Well, great. We cannot. So let's not install the networks thing. Let's not install the network. 31 viewers. My dude is becoming a celebrity. Jotson rated me. That's what happened, Colt. I feel like I should just start shouting people out that do Godot development, but anywho, let's get rid of VirtualBox networking. We won't install that. Python support. Yeah, that was nice. I wish we're gonna keep trying that export thing, because that's a problem I want to understand as soon as possible. I just did a rundown with everybody on what our little boneless system and how beautiful it is. It's so cool. So cool. Inaccessible. So I deleted the Manjaro. So let's do a fresh download of Manjaro. Manjaro. We'll get a copy of that going. Get an ISO. Manjaro. Oh my God. I'm a big XFCE fan for you Linux folks out there. This is my... I like XFCE because it reminds me... I didn't know it at the time when I kind of fell in love with it. But it's... Come on. It's basically kind of a clone of the original Next Step operating system. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of how it should have always been, huh, Colt? Now, okay, I'm going to go down a couple of rabbit holes here. Let's see if we can go through the configuring of an external editor and see if this can't solve our problem. So we'll try Visual Studio 2022. Windows only. Creating a C# script. Project setup and workflow. It generates a C# solution in the project file, as well as some utility folders. All of these but Godot Godot mono are important. Everything under .Godot can be safely added to ignore. C# support is quite new. Below is a list of the most important issues you should be aware of. An official tracker for .NET issues. State is currently not saved and restored when hot reloading, with the exception of exported variables. Attached C# script should refer to a class that has a class name that matches the file name. So maybe it can be snake case and it doesn't have to be camel. There are some methods such as get, set, call deferred, and signal connection method connect that rely on Godot's snake case API naming conventions. Prefer blah blah blah. Here we go. NuGet packages can be installed and used with Godot as with any C# project. Many IDEs are available to add packages directly. My wife is coming in with a sandwich. Thank you. As of Godot 3.2.3, Godot automatically downloads and sets up newly added NuGet packages the next time it builds the project. Okay. Automatically downloads and sets up newly added packages the next time it builds. Still downloading Manjaro. After reading the prerequisites section, you can download and install Visual Studio Code. Why not a link to it? Here we go. Godot bundles parts of .NET needed to run already compiled games. However, Godot does not bundle the tools required to build and compile games, such as MS Build and the C# compiler. These are included in the .NET SDK and need to be installed separately. In summary, you must have the .NET SDK. Maybe this is the problem. Do I have the SDK? Do I only have .NET installed? You'd think it would yell at you if I do have the SDK from Visual Studio. There's a bunch of them. If you can build, you have the SDK. Okay. So our error message, just to show you the error. You could build because you can run the application. So our problem right now is when we give this to anybody else, they cannot run it and they receive a .NET error, even if they have .NET installed. This includes Windows and Mac, or Windows and Linux exports. The error looks like this. Let me bring the Discord over here. We've looked this error up, and there is actually a fix in 4.2 release candidate for this exact thing, but we've tried exporting in 4.2 with a copy of the project, and it still occurs. So, but this is all we're getting when somebody tries to run it on their machine. But I can run it and export it executable fine. So not sure what's going on. If you guys want some good memes, join the Discord. We're always throwing in tasteful memes. Right now we're on a little bit of a philosophical thing going on here. But anyways, let's go back to it. Download and install the latest stable version of the SDK from the .NET download page. If you're building Godot from source, make sure I'm not. Be sure and install the 64-bit version. Okay. And we're going to skip back down to Visual Studio Code. I don't see what an external editor would have to do with anything with exports working. Now, I found this video here, and this is somebody who... Visual Studio is no editor. It's life. All right, let's double check VS. It brings a jungle of build tools. Let's go back to Visual Studio Installer. Update available. We could run the update. Details. Dear God, Microsoft. Why did it take that long to show this? This is what is going on now? Update version 3 gigs. Well, let's download the update. Stupid question. Are you not building to native or any other strange thing? No, it's not a stupid question. Honestly, it is a trope with me doing builds and not having them work. Are you not building native? So I'm not sure what you mean by not. That's a negative. Not building native. Not building native. So first thing, debug off. Yeah, we've been experimenting. So normally I have the debug off, and the debug symbols I have off as well. So that's what I've been normally sending to people. We've been getting desperate here. So my default setup when I've been exporting is this. But we started doing the export console because we're like, okay, please, maybe we can find out some more information if we run it with the console. So I'm using export project, and I'm doing it. I'm unchecking debug as well. Other tabs. Export all resources in the project. And then that's all that's going on. I mean, what we could do, let's just delete this. Maybe there's some weird leftover thing. And also, let's see, can we check our list of, you know, I have to download the export files. Maybe we could, the thing is we are embedding PCK. We've tried not embedding PCK. We've tried embedding PCK. We've tried it with no debug. We tried it with no debug and the PCK, all that, like all of that stuff. We tried a lot of different things. And then, yeah, I uncheck this. And I'm not sure. Include scripts content. No description. Include scripts content. No. So that's our problem. We're pretty sure that's our problem. There should be at least 3 different packages that are included, or libraries that are included. We are not seeing those. So I can show you the, let me show you, well, let's just export it. We'll create a folder, export, save it. Maybe we should try it with a zip. See, this is taking way longer. Okay, maybe it's just because it had to zip. This is taking way longer. I already feel better. Because that took way longer. Let's check the zip. Oh my God, look at that. What the heck? Okay, hang on a second. There's the data. Where's the executable? Was it still building? Is that why it... Yeah, now it's too big. Never had that problem before. Hang on, we gotta... That deserves a... Oh, they are. Hang on. I said I never had that problem before. Thank you. All right. Okay, delete the symbols. Embed the PCK. No console. Export project. We're going to do a zip. No debug. Save. See, this is already this. It would have been like. That's weird. I almost. That's really frustrating because I literally all I did was delete it and. But yeah, that it's taking this long is a very good sign because it didn't used to take that long. Okay, so no debug symbols on the output down there. Let's go to export. Open her up. Data. Why? Why? Okay, let's try it without the zip. Why? Modify resources. We're not doing any of that. Let's get rid of this. Architecture. Why? Export project. Let's do exe. Why? See how fast that is compared to the other one? I get that it has to zip. Okay, so now we have okay. I think that's weird that the zip does not include the exe in the compression. Let's try this. We're going to compress this and I'll upload it to my Google Drive. And just so we're clear that this is actually, I'm not trying to get anyone a virus. Right now, the game name is now become codename Bumpset Spike. Bumpset Spike. But you know what? Let me do the because we actually have Colt here, and Colt does have Linux. So we're gonna do let's do a fresh Linux config for the export here. We're gonna say no embed. We're gonna say don't include the debug symbols. Export. Bring it on! Bring it on! Okay, let's make a Linux folder in here. We'll make a Windows one as well and move everything in there. And now Linux is different. This is going to be a single, but see, this is taking way longer. This is a really good sign because, again, before it was going super fast. All right. Yeah, this is much, much longer. And look at that. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is a really good sign. All right, let me compress this. Windows compression is so slow. But we'll go to new. And we'll call this one Linux because we already had one called Linux. Linux. My name is Linux. My name is Giorgio Linux. But people call me Linux. Okay. But you can call me Linux. He's losing it. Okay, while that one's uploading, let's get the Windows one uploading. I love this cumbersome interface of having to hit new file upload. I should have chosen both. I could have chosen both. What was I thinking? There's a JoJo's character named after that. I didn't know that. I am not a weeb. I'm going to have to ban Colt. Colt just raised the weeb flag, so we got to get rid of Colt. I'm kidding. All right, so this should be the Linux one. Boop. And that's in chat. Now, let's go ahead and do the Windows one. Share. Copy. I'm doxing myself. You got my name and my email. Be careful, guys. Stay safe out there. Don't dox yourself on streams. I like how I called it out, too. I could have just kind of pretended like it didn't happen, but it did. Thanks, Google. We're drinking tea right now. It's just plain old Lipton black tea. Only banning furries. Well, then I'd have to get banned. Just kidding. Confessions of a furry. We'll delete this and let's go ahead and say Windows. Windows. Export. And put that in there. So it was something with the config file this whole time. I'm guessing at some point I updated Godot. It downloaded the new config settings, but I had already had exports set up, and it was using the old one. I have to send you something. All right. Let me know if it works. There's a little bit of a graphical leftover from... And here's another interesting thing. It's showing... I don't know why it's showing this ribbon here. Because the vector, I guess, is slightly changing. No, it's the same. I don't know. Obsidian, how's it going? Please view that. It's working! Yahoo! Now this is pod racing. Tell me what's your frames. How many can you get on screen? Yes! If only the prequels. You know, I could go on my George Lucas rant, and it's not like, oh, George Lucas, you know, the prequels, blah. It's nothing like that. There seems to be this narrative that got built that he just happened to be at the right place at the right time to make Star Wars, and that it was literally not him that made it. That's like the running thing now, and it frustrates me to no end. Please view that Discord. All right, let's check out Discord. General. How many got? 3,100 avatars. We're at 24 frames a second right now. So I'm just curious what you can get to when you peak over under 60. But that's not bad. I mean, I guess we could divide, right? It seems like maybe you're roughly around where I'm at. And we could actually experiment with getting rid of those scene elements, like I was saying, just to see if it pulls out any more performance. Let's give a shout out to Obsidian. You can also limit the frame rate. Well, I have an idea about that based on the Y sort. So what I'm going to do is, based on the Y sorting, I'm going to set it up so that the frame rate will throttle. I have a bunch of ideas about that in particular. One of them is to set up a frame budget and basically say, okay, only these many frames can ever be drawn at a given moment. And then use that budget and the Y sort of the characters, and also maybe some other information about what they're doing, and then dictating how many frames something is drawing at. In a game like we're not using a texture atlas. That's another thing we could limit the number of draw calls on. I might have broken it. That's my daughter's favorite thing to do right now. I'll run it on the laptop and she'll just keep spawning people until it crashes. So you did 100,000 and it tanked. We could batch them based on the number that we're spawning in a moment. Just set up a queue and then bring him in slowly or something. I suppose if a big streamer got rated or something. But yeah, right now, and there's a reason for this. I'll explain why here in a little bit. But because it's potentially going to be that we can swap out any part of the character, what we're going to do is build an atlas for every single appendage. So right now, yes, there's no single atlas for this character because you could change the head, because you could change the chest and so on. What we're going to do is likely build a growing atlas per each appendage, but we could also do just one big mega atlas. And that should help with draws as well. Here we go. So you got 10,000 at 6 frames a second. Especially if you'll start considering you want people to create sprites for their own creations. Unique texture will add some slowness. Yeah. And Obsidian, the other thing I discovered, I was mentioning this, is that there's no draw batching in 4. They don't you can kind of get around it by telling, you can set up like on our main scene here, I have a canvas group, but it'll still assemble the drawing of the frame literally each sprite at a time. So that's another thing where when that comes to Godot 4, that on 2D, that'll massively increase that as well. It should help a lot. But yeah, having the atlas should help with the draws if I understand how that stuff works, which I don't. But it's my understanding if you have the atlas, then it's fewer draw calls, because it's like, okay, well, it's all in this one thing, so I don't have to. So what we're probably going to do to set that up is, because we have to build It's probably doing that because each actor is unique. If they all shared the same data, there'd be better batching. Well, I mean, they all share the same sprite. You know, it's pointing the same location for each of the little bits. But yeah, the rotation animation stuff works. So we're boneless animations, but we're keying originally from a boned skeleton with kinematics. So that's working. It's really cool. But every actor has those sprites in the same. But not every actor has those sprites. Yeah, that's true. Tis true. So anyways, we're doing pretty good though, performance-wise right now. So we're 10 times where we used to be. That's great. We still want to get a Linux install on our machine to test exports. So we want a machine that does not have Godot installed or the project or anything like that, just to be sure that some way of testing the export outside of my machine, because that way we won't run into this issue again. But now that I know what to look for, that helps a lot too. How big is the folder for this? Just out of curiosity. It's quite large. This is the other thing that could help. The actual size of our textures is pretty big. It is mip-map though, so it does grab a smaller one depending on the scale of the sprite on the screen. But the source image is for every appendage is 100 or 1024 by 1024, so it's quite large. So that's another thing that we could possibly optimize as well. But I'm learning. I got to say, I've learned a lot doing this. This is way out of my comfort zone when it comes to, not just grabbing some sprites or opening up a sprite and building something out. But I'm getting more comfortable with it. So I'm happy about that. Now I'm lost. Let's go to our list. Let's go. We got our Obsidian. Where should we continue on? So I did this little diagram, and this is essentially, this was my diagram of when I was originally planning this. So we key on the kinematic points on the skeleton, then we bring it over. I do have a Mac from work. I don't want you to get in trouble. For me? Oh, this old thing? All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Invalid bundle identifier. We have to build one. Com bump set spike dot game. Notarization is disabled. The exported project will be blocked by Gatekeeper if it's downloaded from an unknown source. All right. And we're going to say no to the debug. High res. Should we do high res display? Ludicrous display. Distribution. Export. And this is the beautiful thing about doing a Mac export that I get so jealous with. Traditional. Even the Linux one. But I believe the Mac is going to be a single glorious binary. It's forcing me to do a zip. All right, let's save it. Region to define where to get the atlas to get the sprite to use. Yeah. So so long as the spacing is the same. Right. If you open up the binary, it's nice though, but from the OS's perspective, it's like a single file, I get that like inside of it is all the stuff. Each sprite region as you want. I just like it. I like having that single. The thing I don't like about Mac is it's almost worse with file cruft than the registry and app data in Windows. Like in Mac, it's just like you have like the application data folder and you have the app's local user data. You have like, I don't know. It feels like there's way more like junk that can kind of build up on the Mac over time. And when you go and delete that binary, it just, it all of it stays. And that's really kind of dumb. Like it should at least be like, hey, do you want to get rid of this stuff? The only spacing issue is that no two sprites should occupy the same rect/region. Yeah. Well, we pushed through. They said I was crazy, but we did it. Here's our Mac export. There it is. Let's just see if where would it be? Would it be in resources? Yeah. All right. So all the DLLs and everything are there for the Mac. So we'll do an upload to the drive for that. Google Drive. The sprite atlas is exact same as a tile map. I was suggesting to Red has had me use his sandbox thing that he's building, the sprite system. And I was suggesting maybe he could use a tile map, but he's on 3. So I don't think it'll matter. Mac. Yeah. And it's not uploading. Why? File upload. Mac. Come on. Reload. There it goes. It was doing it. It's just something with the style sheets or the window hid that it was happening. Has that Dairy Queen ice cream bar. I don't know what you're talking about. I love that my wife just slides in here to embarrass me in front of everybody. She's like, say yes then. Yes, that I would mind. All right, there's the Mac one. We brought it for you that one day, but you had to put it in the freezer. Yeah, go ahead. We have ice cream sandwiches if you still want something. Pork chop sandwiches. All right, so Manjaro's downloaded. Let's delete this bad boy. Remove. Add. Downloads. New. There we go. Manjaro. OS. Other. iOS. My bad. There's Manjaro. Type Linux. Mandriva 64-bit. Mandriva. Well, I guess we'll do that. Expert mode. Expert mode. Create virtual hard disk now. We're gonna bring it down here. We don't need this to be that big. 10 gigs should be enough. Ah, hell, 5 should be enough. me type numbers. Why is it not? Arch, yeah. There we go, 64-bit. Unattended install, hardware. Again, this is just a test, so we don't really need a lot. Let's give it 4 CPUs. We've got 12 on this one. And we'll give it 2x base memory. That's pretty damn small. We'll go 4. So, oops. 1024, 224, and 48. I am mathing right now. Okay. Does this snap? 496. That's what we want. Okay, finish. An even number. Create a medium. Taps Fedora. What do I have, Fedora? Throws it away. Start. You should boot from the ISO, right? Initially. We'll do proprietary. I'm not some GNU overlord here. We'll do proprietary. It's fine. Hey, I use Fedora. Let's not start dressing people down for the Linux distro. Get the Fedora before Calvin does. Jesus, guys, he ate. I'm trying with this dog. I love him. I've never had a dog that's upset me like this, and so I think that's like, that's love. But today he ate part of our water pump. Now, is this an iOS boot? We didn't install just now. What is this nonsense? I want to install. We just booted from the ISO. We're not. This is a. Yay! I can build Mac exports. All right. What do we got on our frames here? There. What do we got on the frames? You can install from it. Where do I install? Give it to me. Ah, launch installer. There it is. Put that at the top. There's not enough drive space. Oh, darn it. Okay. Cancel. Let's shut this down. It doesn't matter. Power off the machine. Can we resize the VM after it shuts off? Hopefully. We'll go to 8. We'll go to 8 gigs. Nah, we need a little bit more. We'll go to 9. I just don't have a lot of space on this computer. We're going to have to get an external drive to put this on. It's got a solid state, but there's not a lot of room on here for me to futz around with virtual machines taking up all this disk space. The virtual machine is gonna eat up your hard drive real quick. All right, well, that's good news. Let's check Discord again. Discord. The hell's Discord? I'm right here. Ooh, okay, this is all kinds of wrong. Why are you doing so many? I want to know what you peak at. What's like, how many can you get to 60? That's all I want to know, Colt. He's like, I could do 100,000 or 10,000. It's like, I just want to know. Although this is interesting, we're gonna have to. I think you might have scaled. You probably full size the window, huh? We got to. There's a lot of work we got to do. We got some stuff we need to work on. Okay, so let's get back to work. So we've got our Kanban here, and I do want to integrate this faker.net package to build fake. Basically, once we start creating games and we have more stuff, we're going to start being able to test it with faking messages and things like that. So we're going to be want to be able to do that. Sorry, I'm just looking through the things I need to do. All right, so this is what we just did. So this took us just about 3 days of work, kind of, maybe like two and a half. Create animations avatar. There's a Godot tool scene for building. Blah 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 blah. We ended up doing this a little bit differently, but we did that. We don't even need a script to do a lot of what we're doing. Although I would like to automate the sort of baking of the animations. Still. Okay, so this is the same thing. Create a keying system for animations using IK points and converting them to key only skeleton position. This is actually, we're going to delete this. This was what started the idea. Because then I was like, well, why do we even need the skeleton? And then we didn't. Yeah, have fun. Thanks for the inputs. Let's see. Can we resize? Storage. It doesn't look like it. Let's just delete this. New. And hard disk, we need, let's say 10 gigs. Hardware, we're going to go to 496 for RAM and 4 CPUs. And Manjaro. ISO. Linux. Arch 64-bit. And finish. And start. Doesn't look like it baked it. Baked. I'm using that term a lot right now. Oh, baked. Oh. There we go. Damn fast for being a virtual machine booting into a virtual or in memory. Everything's running in memory. It's pretty good. But let's get some music on. is this? I used to listen. I listened to this streamer. This guy makes this great music, and he's starting to like inject these weird messages at the beginning, and it's like making me not listen to it anymore. Is it an AI? What is this? What did he do? He's ruined it. What happened, my? What'd they do? What'd you do? Now you guys will know roughly where to aim the nukes when I do this. Can we just... There we go. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, we're in Juarez. It works. Do we do a swap on a VM? We'll do swap without hibernate. But that chews up another... You know what? We're not going to do no swap. Yeah. Thanks everybody for listening. This one goes out to Deborah. Can you guess what I put for the password? Five minutes. Is it Deborah? Yes, it's Deborah. First, add the pudding to the... Then... Is that one of those channels that has like all the text? At least the AI voice stuff is moving us towards getting rid of the somebody opening up Notepad and typing out something, because maybe English isn't their first language or something, or they have a potato mic. Okay, so we don't need this. Oh yeah, anyone could do a redeem. If you're new here, you can do a redeem to change the background of my editor. So you can change that to whatever. This one actually is pretty funny, but it's not fitting, so we're going to kind of change how it's drawing. And let's get that to look better. So we're going to say fill uniform. There we go. So this is, there we go. So that's our current wallpaper. Is that the right to bear arms? It is. It's the right to bear arms. We were kind of joking around with that stuff yesterday because my neighbor threatened to shoot my dog, and that was a fun. It's creating a lot of stress in the Schultz household right now. I don't know what happens. I think that he's maybe getting senile, because he suddenly hates my guts, and I've been nothing but right, but it only goes in one direction. This is like a mutually assured destruction, essentially. It's like, well, I mean, that's great and all, but eventually you know. All right, so now that we've got this working, let's build out the rest of the animations that we need, and we can finally start to... We've got a lot of work. I think the next thing that we're going to work on is the system for how somebody can import their own sprites. Because right now we're doing it manually on our development side. We need to create a whole UI and interface for all that stuff. We need the other thing we need to do is allow the artist to choose what draws over what. So right now, if you run the game and you hit the escape button, this is meant for streamers. So you can assign what window the thing will run on. Let me show you what I mean, actually. If we add these avatars to the screen right now, and we set BSS up to grab it from our debug. There it is, right? Now this doesn't match our current screen resolution, so we can change that. We need to add that to the interface too. So let's add a bunch of UI things that we need to do. This is going to be under polish. Allow streamer to. So let's we'll do a hashtag for the categorization for UI. Allow a streamer to pick window resolution. Hashtag UI. I guess that could be lowercase. Let's do lowercases for our hashtags for consistency. Okay, and allow streamer to pick window resolution. Avatar creation window. So we have this. I mean, this is kind of the same. Definitely need a better way of kind of grouping this stuff together, because I don't know about you guys, but with Kanbans, I notice I end up creating a lot of duplicates. Lagging AF. It's got to be you, Colt. I don't have any outbound spikes. I've only dropped 6 frames total the whole stream. Okay, so allow streamer to pick window resolution. That's kind of a low-hanging fruit right there. Avatar creation window for uploading sprites and setting draw order. Let's do this one. It seems like low-hanging. So if we go over to our UI stuff, this is a mess. This is going to get a lot better now that we know what we're doing. So we have our settings window here. It's a instance of a panel, this panel container here. And yeah, what I was saying though is you can pick what display things show up on. So when you bring up the settings window, you can literally say, oh, I want this only to show up on whatever display. So when the streamer's going, it doesn't necessarily have to show up on stream if they're going to change something. I guess this will go under main. And we got a 2-column grid container here. So we're going to add La Bleu. And this will be window resolution. And we'll add... How should we do this? We can default to what the stream window... this has got to be described better. Just calling it Windows. We need a name. We got to get a name for this program as well. If anybody has any ideas for names, throw them in the chat, please. This is an option button. Screen pals. Let's add that to the list. I'm not judging. I have no, seriously, the thing about names is you kind of have to let them cook a little and just sort of see what you got. This is what I've got right now. Streamiverse, which I think is actually taken. Chatlings, StreamStation, Avataria, Hookstream, StreamJuice, Streamlings, Stream Engage, Streamtastic, Xstream with an X, Stream Interaction, Chat Games, Stream Federation, Avatown, Retro Engage, which I think we're probably going to have to take this off the list. I don't think this works for it at all. You know what? I'm going to do that. Stream Power, StreamStar, Streamcade. This is the one I really wanted it to be, but I believe this one is used. Streamiverse is a pretty damn good one, I feel like. And Screen Pals, this is the other one we got. Display. Ludicrous Display. We could have it. We could have that start at the when you open it up. Have a little sound clip from that. Ludicrous Display. We could call it Ludicrous Display. Hell, let's add that. Ludicrous Display. How do you spell ludicrous? I don't know. Don't judge. Like you've never spelled something wrong. All right, Ludicrous Display. We've added that to the list. Ludicrous Display. But we could have Amigos. Amigos. Oh my God, Amigos is good. Is that... God, I actually really like Amigos. Stream Amigos. Or just Amigos. I actually really like that. But that's probably just Amigos is probably taken, right? Let's go to Steam really quick. Yeah, I use Bing. There is nothing called Amigos just by itself. Eight have been excluded based on your preference. I like Amigos. Just Amigos. I like how Anglo-Saxonized I'm saying that right now too. Amigos. I like Amigos a lot. All right, restart now. It's okay. Colt's like, it's all right. It grows on you. It's a single, I mean, you can't beat like a single name thing. I'm going to DM somebody I trust about this. Okay, so how do we shut down here and not have it boot on... let's unmount. No, I don't want to delete it. Can I unmount the... How do I unmount the ISO? I don't want to delete the optical drive. I just want to... Let's try normal start. Great. Even on a VM, I can't install Linux. Welcome to hell, son. Prepare to be hacked. I love the idea that somebody would try that and they're like hacking a machine on their own network. Or 127, that's like a local host. But I love the idea that they see the IP and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna get them 192.168. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pwn this computer." RM-RF, yeah. Hell yeah, I got him. They go over to their laptop. What the hell's wrong with my laptop? So let's look at how Windows does this when you choose the display resolution. I'm guessing theirs doing multiples of something, right? So if we choose display resolution, it's just multiples. So I guess we could figure out the resolution of each monitor. Right. See, but this is the weird stuff that I don't understand. Do we just fix it on 1080, 1920 multiples of pixels? I'll see myself out. Thanks. That's one of those things that you say something like that in a group and you're like, for the rest of the day, you're just thinking about it and they just like let it go. They totally understand, but you're like, God, I'm such an idiot. Why did I say that? I remember I had a guy who had invited me to his bachelor party and we went surfing. And on the way back, his best friend, so we were in this van and you know, they're like listening to music and singing along to it and everything. And then at one point the friend's like, so did you have a fun time? And I'm in the back and I'm like, yeah, I had a great time. And he's like, I was talking to, you know, the guy whose bachelor party it was, he was driving. And my heart just sank. And for the rest of the time, it was just like super awkward for me. And I felt like a total idiot. I had a blast though. But on the drive home, I was like, oh my God, I'm a dumbass. I guess we could fix on 16:9. But the problem here is if we do something like that, some monitors have really funky resolutions, especially like really cheap stuff. They can have some really weird resolutions. So we can have scales of 1080 resolution, but then if we force that, they're going to do full screen anyways. I presume so. If we have them put it in manually, if they put it in manually and they don't know what they're doing, they could screw it up. Right. Well, depending on how this is captured for them. Well, this is the thing. It's not going to be necessarily a game. It's just to overlay the avatars on the streamer's screen. So that's another thing I have to get working is when you minimize a Godot window, the draw calls stop. And I have to override that and get the draw calls to continue even though the window is minimized. So we have to fix that as well. There's a lot of little things we got to get going. Ideally, I'd like it to be one of these things as well, one of the taskbar things in Windows, or at least the option to do that. But that can come later. I guess we could do a Google search and see what like the consensus is on this. How to handle picking display resolutions. I might have to walk away for a little bit to talk to my neighbor about him shooting my dog. Well, the thing is about that, I guess we do that and we allow people to complain about it. This is the other thing we've got to add to the UI, and I just remembered this. So let me add this to the list. Is we need to add a, this is something from a GDC talk from the guys who made Subnautica. I don't know. He could be all fluff. But I will say in where I'm at, conceal carry and all that, the laws are really loose. 140. I don't know. I don't have any lag frames or anything from div. They can't really do stupid shit if you put in limitations. This is true. All right. One other thing I was going to add though is feedback button or feedback something. And so in Subnautica, anytime you pause the game, you can give feedback. It'll record exactly where you were and what was going on and everything when you provide that feedback when they were doing the development of that. So we're going to integrate that concept into this as well. And we'll have this into post with the feedback at some endpoint, so that we can get so we can talk to the community, or the community can talk to us, at least to complain or whatever, and not have to find us on Twitter or an about thing or anything like that. They can literally just, send some feedback, and we could wrap, if they opt in, we could wrap in some information about their OS and that kind of stuff that we could use for information about who's using what we're doing. It's me 100%. Maybe lower the stream resolution. Maybe your internet's kind of swinging around. Okay, so while that's going on, let me get this on this display here. So we'll just have a single option button that's a drop down, and this is going to be child of here. We want it the other way around. And this will say Windows resolution. Window resolution, not Windows. Stream. I don't know what to call it. Stream window resolution. I'm not sure. We gotta come up with some good like a good noun. Then the option button, we're gonna autofill this, so we'll get the max resolution of a OS. So in Godot, I believe there's OS, and we probably can get some information from that. And so let me double check the functionality of this. I believe if you change the stream display, it'll actually move to that window immediately. So let's try it. Yeah. Okay. So it moves to the window right away when you select it. So that's going over to my secondary window there. So each time this is updated, we need to then account for that in here. We can still keep it at what it was. It could be bigger. I mean, if somebody wants that. So let's see what we get for display. No, functions related to window management were moved to display server. What about resolution? Okay, so we'll go to display. Get window at screen position. Screen get position. Window set position. Okay, guys, I don't want to alarm you right now, but there's a tapping noise coming from a wall right here. It's a knocking noise. The dog is right behind me. There is nobody in the other room. um, search size. Here we go. Get screen size. It's a vector 2i. Returns the screen size in pixels. Also see get screen get position and screen get usable rect. Returns the portion of the screen that is not obstructed by the status bar in pixel. So we're going to ignore that. Top left position in pixels. Okay, so screen get size is what we want. It's the IRS, yeah. It's my neighbor. He's getting ready. Locked and loaded, he says. In the rear with the gear. Okay. So let's go to our settings code. Let's move. Why are we not? This is weird. It's not opening up in Vim. Oh, there it goes. Okay. I was like, what? Okay, so this is the code to manage the settings file. And it's pretty straightforward. We learned the hard way. Let me give you guys a little piece of advice. You can use resources for your save files and stuff, but there's a big danger in that. And the thing that you have to be careful about is if you ever move the resource file in your project in Godot, it will break pointing to that file wherever it is in the user directory. So messing around with resources and resource saver and putting those somewhere in a the user data like directories, probably not the best idea. I learned that the hard way. So I'm using the config file stuff for Godot instead. And it's pretty straightforward. We load it. As a non-American person, what does that mean? So the Second Amendment is the rights to bear arms. And so it's a guy with bare arms. He's got bare arms. So it's a pun. It's all right. So it's not look up option button because I can't remember what that UI element looks like. Add item, and we can set the index. Okay. String label, so it's a regular string. I don't know that we can add like bold to it to indicate which is currently selected. Let's steal again from Windows. So we could do parentheses current. And come on, Schultz. Mariana with the redeem. All right, here we go. You know what's scary? Is the sort of the traditionally associated with Americans sort of embrace of ignorance and almost the celebration of it is spreading everywhere now. Hey, Colt. All right, so we got our new wallpaper background for the editor. WTF is a kilometer. Kilometer. And window resolution. Item selected. And I guess it's resolution. Doesn't really matter what I name it. So we had all these lowercase names back in the day. We need to change some of that. Game.settings resolution. Right, that was to tell. Okay. See, I'm just copying some boilerplate here. So we're just going to call a local function called Well, no, it should selected. Or was that Colt? Have you seen Fat Tony the Tiger? I haven't. It's a kilometer. Kilometre? God, I forget all of this. I haven't worked in setting up connections in C# in a while. Settings file manager does not contain a definition for resolution. I'm trying to understand this. So this changes the display server immediately. This is for the save. So this should be... I don't understand why we're doing .game. Oh, we're grabbing the... Okay, so why is that working? Because we're setting a value. This, we're passing a parameter into a function. And we want to pass the resolution value in. And so this will be like that. I mean, can we do this for everything? We need an object reference if we're calling the function. Oh, it's because it's a static. Okay. Okay. Resolution. So here's a problem. Resolution should be a vect2. But long, but should be long. We want to pass Convert index to right. Because one is calling a static static it's just like one of these weird idiosyncrasies where if you're calling a static variable, you call it by the class name, not by an instance. I guess I could make it not static and then just we could be the same for everything. And honestly, using the term settings again is confusing. It's clearly small talk. Well, we ported it over to C#. We were originally doing this in GDScript. One of the main reasons was there was no Twitch plugin that was available that did what I needed it to do. There is a Twitch plugin for GDScript. You think American houses are made out of wood because building stone houses is too dangerous without a metric system? I think it's mostly because there's a lot of wood here. I mean, you can't make bricks. This is a thing you can do. Okay, so we need to build out because we have to set the values. So like in this case, where are we actually doing that? We build out the list down at the bottom there. We add items. For each display. So we need to loop. Let's do this. We're going to move this down so that these are separate. Oops. And we need to do... I am concerned about my idea. Get screen size. Is display itself a... Because some people will stream at lower resolutions. So some people will have, you know, like a 4K monitor, but they'll be streaming at 1080p. That's what I'm doing, right? And so there's no, like, for performance reasons, you really want to match your output resolution for your stream if possible, so that the window that needs to do all the drawing and everything is smaller. So it's possible that people will they'll stream at 720, 1080, you know, 4K, even if they don't have 4K. But essentially just like allowing them to pick the resolution is kind of an important thing. First world problem. I like that we're getting comfortable. Lobbing jabs at. But is this class, is this a static thing? Display server. Let's go back over here. You see, these are the things where it's like, I don't need to, why am I doing this in game, right? I don't really need to do it that way. We can have all of this stuff happening here. So we're going to move it here eventually. Things will make just roasting our cultural backgrounds. Yep. Okay, so we'll build a loop. Again, the scale, like what is the minimum possible resolution? These are the things I just don't know anything about. Display settings. How low can we go? How low can we go? 800 by 600. Let's make that the cutoff. Although again, we're talking factors of 2. 4. It needs to be a while loop because we don't even know how high we're going to start. And we need to display server get, what is it? Screen get size. Can't you make a ratio with height for the amigos and resize them with that factor? I do that. My game's responsive now. Seamless transitions. Yeah, we're going to have to set that up. We still want to allow them to pick the res. But yeah, we will. Right now, we're not doing that. I never set any of that up. But yeah, we do want it to be that. And that'll help simplify on the streamer side as well. Because we could lock it to height or width. Height makes the most sense. Where it's like, okay, based on like what's the factor for your scaling of the the sprite? Do you want it 20 times smaller than your resolution? And then then we can clamp it, so to speak. Based on whatever that happens to be, they'll still appear to be the same size. They'll just be more pixelated or less, depending. So that's definitely how I think it should be handled. I think that will be easiest for people to understand. It really does bother me, like what happened with this guy. Because it is one of those things where I've been nothing but kind to this person. And I have no idea what changed. Yes. Red, how's it going? I guess if we keep setting screen size, while screen size... 800. Well, screen size is greater than or equal to 800. We keep going. And then, but again, what is the factors? Like, how many steps are we talking about? It's not just 2. Right? So, like, if we look at in my experience, stream what? I don't know. It's a dude. Here's the thing: when you're streaming this stuff, people pop in and they start recommending things, and it's like pair programming. Like, you learn things a lot quicker streaming. Think of it as a community that you can use as a resource for learning. And I mean, you'll grow as a person. You'll be interacting with people, and you'll learn what pisses people off and what doesn't. Those are all really important things to learn. Like how to be a kind person, you know, like those things. All right, let's look up monitor resolutions. There's something about this I don't understand. Here's Mariano with the save. Size presets. So you've got a dictionary of presets. Is there something about them that's the same? List of common resolutions. Right. So these are all the 16:9 resolutions. Let's see what we got from Mariano. This is Mariano. Mariano just Wikipedia'd this and slapped this bad boy together. Were you talking about me? Because I got here as soon as you stopped talking about it. I got to go say bye to the kids real quick. I'll be right back. Be right back. Get on the couch. Come here. Calvin, come on. Come on, get on the couch. Get on the couch. There we go. All right, Calvin's finally on cam. Go with your fanboy. Fanboy or finboy? It's not the same. Commas are important. So Redstone, what I was saying is, thank you. I suppose, Red. I don't look at the count until after I finish streaming. I just don't want to know when I'm actually streaming. Oh, for the thing about like the congratulations. Typically people respond with the words thank you when you're congratulated for something. Anyways, what I was saying is you should stream because you're going to learn how to talk to people. You'll get exposed to a lot of different views and opinions about programming, and it's a way to accelerate your learning through almost like a peer review thing. So I would definitely recommend it because I think it could only be positives for you. It's just that it can be stressful, and it can feel like a job, and there's going to be days you're not going to want to do it, but you're going to feel this lingering like I should because I need to be on a schedule and blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff. So it just depends on your personality too, whether or not those thoughts even affect your minds and your feelings and how you look at your day and all that kind of stuff. I can tell you the hardest days, here's in my personal experience. Yesterday was one of the hardest days for me to stream because of what happened with my neighbor, right? Like the outside world was festering. And when you work a job, it's kind of easier to let certain things go. But when you're streaming, there is this feeling like you have to be on and like performative. But I don't mean that in like but it's not like I'm putting on a show when I stream, but just that there is a certain like character you are playing of yourself when you stream. I think that's impossible not to have happen. Oh, he threatened to shoot our dog. Instead of like, hey, how's it going? You know, your dog's been barking at me. I was, you know, could we work on that? He's like, if your dog bites me, I'm going to kill it. I'll shoot it and then I'll sue you. And it was like, I'm like, okay. And meanwhile, I have the dog and he's not saying this calmly. He's yelling at me. And this is a guy I've never had, really any issues with or anything. Everyone's got their own little personality quirks or whatever. But I was like, all right. I'm like, I'm not going to address it like he's going to, because that's not going to happen. Well, I don't know if he even has one. People say stuff like that, So, and where we're at per capita, even though guns are readily available and heavily, like comparatively deregulated compared to a state like California, on a per capita basis, the homicide and murder rates with guns is nothing. It doesn't happen. And I'm saying per capita. So that's if you were to take and spread it out for every 100,000 people, right? So I'm not manipulating those numbers to say like, taking the total of a small state and comparing it to a large state. It's much less here. There's much less of that stuff. But he also is not within his rights to shoot our dog. he will lose in court if he does that, even if the dog did something to him, in the sense of like, he doesn't get to take that into his hands unless he's super fearful of his life. He doesn't get to just shoot the dog. That's not how it works. And he can be all good old boy, cowboy man. But even if Calvin bit him, it wouldn't be okay. But regardless, Calvin's not going to do that. Calvin's never drawn blood. The thing that concerns me about making Calvin friendly with him is that Calvin's a puppy, and Calvin is very playful when he loves you. And what happens is he starts to mouth, and that's something we're always working on with him. But he does it with me a lot, where he will put his mouth on my skin and just hold me with his mouth. And, you know, it's make him educated. But so, you know, you got to work on that. But I'm afraid to make him too comfortable with the neighbors, because he's gonna get out and he's gonna go around to him and he's gonna be like, "I love you, rub my belly," and you'll start rubbing his belly, and he's like, "All right, time to put my mouth on you," and he'll just like, you know, and then, you know, if they think he's biting them, which he's not really, he's mouthing. These dogs do this to each other, and normally in a pack they can correct each other, and I'm sure his behaviors would actually be way better if he had a dog friend, a Hugo Boss suit and a German accent. You wouldn't shoot an educated dog, would you? But anyways, so on a day like that, it's hard to stay on and focused. And so, you know, and then my mom, she's not in the best of health. In the past, you know, year's time, 365 days, we've had 3 almost died situations. And she's got stage 4 cancer. And so I go to her treatments and stuff, and can be a little stressful because it's in a big group setting with a bunch of other people who are getting treated for cancer and stuff. And so you see a lot of people going through the process of it, and it's really hard. So that's it's weird because taking my mom to those treatments, like, she's a really positive person and stuff. And so it's not hard being there with her. It's hard seeing the future. Because it's like a time machine, and you get to see what things might look like if things don't turn out good. And so that's hard alone. You know, that's a tough thing to, so that, you know, on those days I don't stream. I do try to work, when I'm there a little bit. I'll talk to my mom and have the laptop out and be programming and stuff and chat up other people and the nurses, and they all know us and everything. So, but you know, she had hip surgery. That's what started all this. We pushed her to look into getting hip surgery, and it saved her life because she had heart failure. She wasn't going to the doctors. So if she had just been going to for checkups, this all would have been caught. She had heart failure, so they had to put a stent in. They did that the day they found out it was happening. They did it within like 2 hours. They threw a stent in her. So she had that going on. The heart failure actually led to a future problem because she needed to be on certain drugs that would help with the blood flow to increase her heart's the blood in her heart moving through and everything. And that is what caused her potassium to explode, which if she didn't have cancer, we wouldn't have caught because she wouldn't be getting blood tests every 2 weeks. And so because she was doing the cancer treatments, they caught that her potassium levels were exploding. And that was a result of some of the drugs she was taking for the heart stuff. If we hadn't gotten that blood test, she would have died of a cardiac event. Because the first symptom of your potassium being too high is a heart attack. You're not gonna have any symptoms until it happens. And so that was a blessing, you know. And then I'm sort of just unloading on you guys right now. I'm sorry about that. What was the other thing? Oh, it was when we found out that the cancer had progressed because her lungs had filled up with fluid, or at least the outside walls of them. So it collapsed one of her lungs. And that happened so fast. It was crazy. So she had to go to the hospital. They pulled out 2 liters of fluid from around her lung. It was insane. So that was another, like, is my mom going to live thing? That was one of them. The heart stent was the other. And then more recently it was the potassium levels on top of the whole cancer thing. So, and now I got my neighbor threatening. And it's so funny because, like, Calvin appeared. It's like my dream dog, and he's got his problems. He's a puppy. But he's also an amazing dog, and he's so willing to learn. And our other neighbors, he loves them. They have a big dog. They have an American pit bull, and they're like lovers. They love each other through the fence. And if we're not careful, there's going to be little pit bull, German Shepherd mixed puppies. Little, but so yeah, my other neighbors, they totally get it. And that's the thing, is their dog has come into our property when it was a puppy and charged my daughter playfully. Cause you know, when you know a dog, you understand the language of the dog usually. That's why I don't like it when people dock tails of dogs, because the tail is one thing that you use to mediate, like, understanding what is the dog thinking right now. When you dock the tail of a dog, you lose that language and that communication that they give you as a dog. Not that, you know, a wagging tail is always a good thing or something. Like if they're doing like the rattlesnake thing, it's like, okay, that's not a good sign. But anyways, like, I didn't threaten to shoot their dog. Because I understood it was a puppy. And he's done that a couple of times. He's come running at us, and I just get down on my hands and knees, and I put my arms out. And the dog comes and just, like, comes up against me and wants to give me some snuggles. And, like, but it grew out of it. It totally grew out of it, and it's just, it's kind of a phase. And the big dogs, you know, they're scary, and I understand that, and, you know, but anyways. So I'm going to reinforce, I'm going to build another fence in the back, and hopefully that'll prevent him from going out and everything. But for my neighbor to jump in the way that he did, it has created a tension that is wholly unnecessary. My plan is to go over there with my wife so that he sees someone else there and he knows that what he's done is unacceptable, and someone else can tell him that. And I want to address to him and ask him, like, you know, because it's funny, because he was saying all this and he's like, I don't bullshit around. And it's like, yeah, you do. You let this build up for how long until you even told me it was a problem? Like, you know, I'm so, like, that's to me, that's bullshit. Because you built this up until you're ready to say that you're going to shoot our dog. And it really, to him, he was just addressing him barking at the fence at him. And I told him, I was like, dude, I didn't say dude, but I was like, you know, if you just, like, I'll go get some treats for him and I'll give them to you. I'll put them in a container. And I'm telling you, if you just feed him a treat, you tell him to sit, feed him a treat, that'll probably be the last time it'll ever happen. You know, you're just a stranger to him, and you know, it's my fault I haven't gone over and introduced him to you, but there has been things about this person that have made me hesitant to do that in the first place. And so, like, I'm sure we're going to be able to address this and everything, but the critical thing that I want to talk to him about is, like, what happened? Like, I've been nothing but nice to you. Like, why are you saying all these awful, degrading things to me now? Like, what happened? Why the change? Like, I need to understand. And I'll be honest, from what I understand, it's about a pile of sticks. That's how petty it is. Some of you guys remember when I was remodeling my daughter's room, the only time that I could do that, I was streaming the whole thing, and the only time that I could do that was when my mom left to California to go visit some family and see my nephews graduated. And before that, I had cut down a bunch of tree branches that were on a tree that was like adjacent to both of our properties. I put the pile of branches on my side of the property. There's a clear fence line. It was on my side. It was there, and I left it there for the 2.5 weeks that I was redoing my daughter's room. And it's my understanding, according to one of my gossipy neighbors, that he was really pissed off about it. And that's when everything changed, because of a pile of sticks. So that's the kind of quality of a man I'm dealing with. Yeah, it's petty. Yeah, it's real petty. But I don't know. You know, again, it's gossip. But those two guys are thick as thieves. And what a way to let somebody know, but to have the voice of you speak through someone else because you're too afraid to talk to your neighbor. What is he afraid of with me? I guess the only thing is I'm totally laid back. I go over, I talk to him, I let him chew my ear off. I let him just like not chew my ear off, but like he just talks, and I'll just let him talk. He's an old guy. He tells me the same damn stories all the time. I'm so used to it from my mom, you know. I just let him go, and like, you know, I avoid politics. I don't talk to him about that stuff. I never bring up religion or anything like that. I don't know what happens. No idea. But maybe it's that petty, and it's you sound a lot like me with arguments. Well, it hurts me because I try to be nice and amicable. Maybe senile. That's what I'm thinking is happening, frankly. I think he might be Joe Bidening on me. You notice how he gets real angry at people? Like that, my grandpa started doing that when he was starting to lose it. But he would get like really mean and angry, and it's not who he was. And this is the thing I was trying to tell my daughter, because I had to let her know, because we were really upset and we were trying to process it and everything. And I wasn't going to hide this from her. And after I told her, she was upset. But I asked her, I was like, she's 6, you know, it's pretty young to tell her something like this. But I was like, would you have wanted me not to tell you that? She said I would want to know, and I was like, okay. I'm like, and I talked to her like she's an adult and try to treat her as an adult. Yeah, he just goes mumbling cuss words, stopping randomly. But that happens when you get old, and it's your faculties are leaving you, and your memory is. I mean, it's. I'm 40. I'm seeing it. You know. Okay, so we have this list of constants here that has been kindly donated to us via the Discord from Mariano. So we're gonna integrate those into our code here. But I don't know if the syntax is right. So we can't do... So he's got it as a dict. I think what we can do is just say... We'll do it as a... I just, you know, it's funny I said I don't bring up politics and I make that little jab at, but could we please not have a geriatric? Could we please not? I don't want somebody that reminds me of my grandpa when he was losing it and thought Jesus was coming back in the year 2000. No offense. Could we please? That's literally when my grandpa went off the reservation. What is going on? Do I have cap locks on? Oh, I do. Okay. Because he was like, he got hooked into the whole Y2K thing. He was 70 back then. And he just thought all this stuff was going to happen. What am I doing? It's we're going to do a vec2 array. It's funny when the code gets copied over and my brain is like, I don't know how to process this. Non-invocable. Can't use it like a method. So how about we do... If it's an array of vec2s, what am I doing wrong? But yeah, these sort of weirdly threatening thing. I've seen that with old folks when they start to lose their faculties. The like weird expressions of violence and all that. I'll hang on. Give me a second. I'm trying to remember the markdown for the. Check Discord. All right. Why am I going to Discord? Cold screwing around. Everyone's screwing around with me. I don't know. He's over here now. He's like way over here. We'll move the doggo cam down. There you go. There's the cow cam. Let's increase the brightness. There he is. It's like you're laying right next to him. There's the pooch. He's a good boy. He's still got his little puppy ears. He does like the Yoda ear thing. Yeah. So here's the other problem that we're having, because we try to introduce him to people. He does look like a baby cow. And everyone here thinks they're the dog whisperer, and that like we've had people say, you know, all dogs love me. Let me pet him. And we're like, well, you know, he's growling right now, and that's usually a sign that, you know, it's to stay away. He's not comfortable. He is a rescue. We don't know where he came from or how comfortable he is with strangers. So we're going to ask you not to, and they'll do it anyways. And then he'll, and then it's like, he's a bad dog. And it's like, well, I guess I don't know what to tell you. Like, but then other times we're out and he comes up to him, and it really is the people that like, let him be, and he'll come to you, and then he's like, he meets new people and he's totally fine. But it is these like, I'm really good with dogs people that like push it, and he doesn't get a chance to like opt into the greeting. And that's when he gets really... And also the other thing, too, is if it's just me and him, it's way easier. But if the whole family is together, he's very protective. And so that's a whole thing. I'm trying to remember the markup for. Is it? Because you can declare. Do we need new? Okay, we're getting there. Oh, the question of why C#. That came up a while ago. Sorry, I got distracted. The main reason Drent, how's it going? So we just do equals, put it in implicitly typed. We don't need new. So this is an array of vectors. Still doesn't like it. Hang on, let's. Here we go. There we go. And then we got to do new for all the vec2s. There we go. Now, I don't know how to do a cursor insert. I'd like to be able to do. I'm new to Vim. Must be a constant. So I don't think we can do this with a. Unless we just do a number, an array of integers. Might as well. Okay. So an int array, multidimensional. And then I'm going to do this. Something like this. Give me a second. Pragma. Let's do a couple of shout outs right now. First of all, is it Aline? Aline Rude? Thank you for the help. Pragma balls! Colt. Oh, you want a comma? It's a comma for multidimensional. Sorry for the ASMR, guys. There we go. Damn it. Then we're going to do another shout out to Drentsoft. Drentsoft also got a chat game. Drent, how is the jam game going? Is that over or are you still going? Drent's working on a Halloween jam game. I definitely want to play it when it's up. So let me know when it's up. I'll play it on the stream. Is it Dot? No. I need to up my Vim skills for sure. God damn it. Ah! Yeah, you know, the crazy thing, you know, I was mentioning the per capita gun crime and everything, where we moved and where we were. And it was crazy where we were. I mean, we knew people who, like, they were friends that went missing and all this stuff. It's crazy. Man, it's crazy. There we go. Must be constant. Is it because I have constant? We got to go back to the beginning. Is it dollar? No, it's dollar, right? This is what I'm talking about, where my Vim foo is actually getting worse. What is not constant about this? And why is it complaining? Yeah, let me do a shout out to Drent. I'll get you Redstone. And I keep forgetting about the C# question. So the main thing was about being able to what am I getting wrong about constants here? Let's go to languages, C#, keywords, const. Numbers, boolean, strings, or null reference. So that's it. So it can't be an array of numbers. So the way to create the behavior that we could do in Godot is to say that to get rid of the setter and all that for this. But we're not going to do that because we're not going to worry about that stuff because I'm writing this. I have 100% ignorance. It's probably a good thing you're forgetting C#. Ha ha ha! Ah. It's true though. So we're going to end up with an integer array of resolution in. Why don't we just call this resolutions? What have I got wrong here? Cannot convert type int to integer array. But it's not an int. It is an array of ints. Bro, what? So one of the reasons why I chose C# was one of the unspoken reasons was to challenge myself and to see like, oh, is this really hard to learn or something? So far, my experience with C# is I do not like the verbosity of it whatsoever. I think that I really appreciate the simplicity of GD scripts. What have I got wrong here? It's showing everything, but I want... Did you see it? See what? Whoa, question. just so I can do the shout outs. I don't know that mods can do shout outs. So now we're iterating on each resolution here. But it's, in my opinion, it should be an array of integers. When I do that, it's saying that it should be of type int. Set array elements. This is multi-dimensional array. I did not get... I don't think Drent heard me. Fine. So what is this creating? So if I do this, then I have to change... God, why are there so many different syntaxes? A jagged array. The hell's a jagged array? Invalid expression term. New. What I want is just a collection of arrays of integers. But I apparently am an idiot when it comes to the... So I can't assign... int for make a table of integers with the size of 4. But we don't want set the values of the first array in the jagged structure. Jesus. Why am I having such a hard time with this? Oh God. I'm so I haven't been coding. I've been working on the animation stuff. Let's go back. And when I try that, it says, Array initializers can only be used in a variable or field initializer. So do we say new int? No. So even if I do it this way, it doesn't like it. God. Come on, Microsoft. Let me define an array. Here we go. They still want me to... Oh, here we go. So it's 7 by 4. 7 by 2. And then... Oh, okay. So we set declaration looks like a comma, and then when the initialization, we say int 7, 2. There we go. Good God. We got it. Never give up. Never surrender. My God. For each should work though, right? Yeah. Well, how do we iterate on the array? God damn it. What the hell is the point of a flat array if when you iterate on it, it's the same? Yeah. Try to focus on, we'll focus on the paw. Here's this giant paw. All right, going up to the sample. Oh my God. Okay. All right, let's, just to be sure, C# docs constants. Now, maybe actually what we're looking for is enum. Yeah. Can we do enums of an array? Can I iterate on an enum? I don't think I can. Jesus. This is the thing about, it's just so loaded with, I think I might just go with a list. Is there an easy way to build a list on initialization? I just don't understand. If you're going to write a language that's like C, and you have this chance to do all these things easier, why do they keep all the hard parts too? Yeah, you can set the values of the enum to be a type, though. And then the enum itself is also the type of whatever the enum is, which is also just weird. Because they had to be like Java too. Serious. Even with a list, there's got to be a way to initialize a list. Create a list of parts. Right. That seems like... Oh, shit. Hang on, guys. We got a spill. Whoop, whoop. Spill alert. I never have my drink over here. It's always on my right-hand side. Whoop, whoop. Warning. Spill. Whoop, whoop. Spill. Spill alert. Slob streamer. Spill alert. Slob like streamer. Did I toggle the keys? I didn't mean to toggle the keys. That's not a good sign, boys. That's not a good... Oh, God, no. All right, we're all cleaned up. Spill alert. Spill alert. Spill alert. I'm pretty dumb, so why not use a dictionary? Well, I just need to iterate on a list. But even this, I'm like, is there a way to build a list out? Create a list of parts. We don't want to... Okay, so if we were to do it with a list, let's just say private list. So we have a list of integers. How can we assign these something like this on start? Can I... Oh, we don't have a name. A straightforward array has better performance. Yeah, no, that's why I want the array. But yeah, dictionary is overkill. I just can't believe to build the array out, I have to say new for every single... I am not used to arrays constructed in that manner. I'm only used to like multidimensional stuff. There's an array class. Provides methods for creating, manipulating, and searching and sorting arrays. This is from system. An integer new int 5. So this is the docs for an array. This is everything we get from it. So, I mean, there's a lot of really nice stuff, but the construction of the array is so dirty. Ew. Okay, so if we... Don't touch C#, C++. So int with two brackets equals A. So A equals, and then new. And then we can do a for each var B and A. For each var C and B. Right console line C. It can't be this. Have I never... Okay. So we had vec2i's for resolution. I'm fine with this. So here's what our error says. Array initializers could only be used in a variable or field initializer. So we have to use new. New vector2i. So this is the same as what you were talking about. New vector2i. So we literally have to do new for every line. And just to be sure, let's delete that. So we would do this for all of them. And so tell me why I can't do this. And so you're saying it would be new int like that. What a fudging mess. So if I do this, I should be able to iterate on it. Cannot implicitly convert type asterisk to integer. Nested array. Oh my God. So we have to go like this and then like this. Okay. What if I just build... All right, fine. We're going to go through this. Ah. Makes me want to tear my hair out. So hang on. Okay, so now that we have it the way that it needs to be, let us give thanks. Lettuce. I'm talking to you, lettuce. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Luckily, Microsoft has made the syntax and everything so easy to understand. Okay. We did it. Not too bad. It took way too long, but I really appreciate the help. This is what I'm talking about streaming here. I'm not the best programmer. I'm new to language and all that stuff. And it helps to have someone like Aline in the chat. Where did the dog go? Pooch. So the main reasons I went with it were type safety, like true type safety, and to get errors at compile time, fewer errors at runtime, more errors at compile time. One of the things as I was doing game development with Godot that really freaked me out in GDScript is when you're writing it and everything, your scenarios might not ever cause an issue, but you can create logic that can crash the game at runtime. This is always true in any programming thing. But the problem is that in a compiled language, you'll at least get, for certain scenarios, you'll get a straight up warning that's like, you can't do this. This won't work. Right? And so that's why it was more of an experiment of like, okay, does this matter? Like, will this make a difference? And there is some beauty in being able to change the type of something and not be able to compile. So you can, when you're refactoring, you can just change something, a variable name that you're wanting to, whatever, it doesn't matter, in one spot, and then everything will break until you fix what needs to be fixed in the code in order for it to work. And that's not true in GDScript. There are certain scenarios, like you can set types and things like that, but it's not truly type safe. So this is me pulling my hair out because of type safety, really, in a way. Because Godot's arrays is just like, what do you just put whatever you want? I don't care. But it's starting to get to the point in 4, at least, where you can really specify certain things. Like a dictionary. I'll use a dictionary in Godot quite often just because, it depends on what I need to call on it. But I tend to use dictionaries a lot in Godot. The nice thing about GDScript is it's straight to the C++. So right now, one of the big controversies about C# with Godot is that, as I understand it, if you're using anything in Godot that's a resource in C#, it's going to hit the garbage collection. And so in GDScript, when you use something like a resource and you're done with it, it goes away immediately. But if you're dynamic types are fun for smallish, big projects. They quickly step into being fun and nice and start to be problematic. Dictionary. Yeah. Okay. So now we're not mad here either. This is what we wanted. So we have our structure, the data structure, the way we want it. So now if we run this and we bring up the settings window, it'll print out, oh, well, it's, yeah, it's an array of arrays. So now we need to set for each. So even this is kind of problematic. This is why it would be nice if it was an array of vec2s, then I can grab them. This is like way less memory. But again, it's not hugely important. But now when we iterate, the first one is one value, the second one is another. So one is the width and one is the height. But we know that they're in an array, so we don't need a for each. So we say, because we're going to add, so get node option button. And this is Windows resolution. Dot add item. And we aren't setting the, so we'll use this for the lookup as well. This is nice. Add item, and it's going to be a string, so it'll be resolution 1, the first one. And we can cast this as a string, since it's an integer. And actually, can we do this? Cache. How is it represented in display? They do X. So X resolution 1 unterminated string. Now we're terminated. Okay, so that should build it out. Let's see if it works. Bring it up. And there's our list. Okay, so we need to build this where we stop at, really it should be upside down as well. So we should probably flip the order of the elements in here. But it should only add an item if it matches the same resolution or less than the current resolution. So we'll have to add a check for that. Yeah, compared to GDScript, C# is not a thin interface vel on top of C++. It's another runtime entirely. Aline says, with garbage collection in C#, you want to stick to one rule. Either something lives very shortly or lives forever. Garbage collector works perfectly well with short-lived objects and perfectly with forever living objects. But when stuff starts to go into first generation, then you run into hiccups. Yeah, I just don't understand that yet. I am seeing, though, that if it might be best if you're using Godot resources in C# so that it can go back to not being GC, is to call it with GD script bindings, because then it'll be handled on the C++ side. C# works very quickly, but talking between C# and Godot is costful. Yeah. Yeah, and so that's the thing that I've noticed, because that was the very first thing I noticed when I was 100% C#, was my object count exploded. And that was because when it's true what Aline is saying. I hope I'm saying that right. Because it sticks around way longer. And so I do think it's better if you're using C# and you have to talk to the Godot side, the API, you need to probably use the GD script bindings and call it as if it was like a GD script call. If I believe that's possible. And then that should make it so that it's not going to do that, but I don't know. And that could be a fuzzy old man brain right now talking as well. But I have seen with resources in Godot, anything that's a resource, inheritance resource, it's really nasty. It explodes, things that are just sitting around. It's bad, especially for what I'm working on right now. I could show you. It's actually incredibly bad. Let me show you. So like if we go to the monitors right now and the weird thing is the memory does seem to be okay, but the object count is like, it'll stick around for a long time, until it's like released. So you get that chainsaw looking thing, but maybe it's just memory I'm thinking about. Let's see. So we'll see the static max, resources and nodes. And now if we start adding things, and you know what? We could do the FPS too, just to chart that. So the other thing we may be hitting with all this, and that we need to investigate, is the memory. Because it could be that we grow the memory so much that it hits the page. And maybe that also tanks the performance. But it looks like every 100 avatars is about 10 megabytes. Which seems like a lot to me. But I swear I would never see this many objects if this was in GD script. It would never be this big. And it actually looks like as it sort of frees memory, we can add more. I never noticed that. I never let it sit around long enough. We're at 1300. But here you can see the seesaw Look at the chain, the looking, the seesaw. That's garbage collection right there, baby. Anyways, it is really interesting to watch. This is a factor of 2 right here. Right? Like every time the frame rate is half of what it was, it seems like just about. This is why I don't like C# and Java in that regard. So many objects all the time. Els, a raid from Els. I missed an Els stream. Pour one out, boys. How's it going, Els? Hey! There's Roland. Shout out, Els. We could show Els our 10x performance. We're just looking at what was going on with our memory. But we've got our boneless avatars going on here. Tapier, how's it going? So this is our frame rate right here. And as we add the avatars on, this is like a proof of concept that it works. So these animations here are happening without a skeleton rig, but we keyed them with a skeleton rig. Then we have it bake the animations using only sprites, and we rotate. Well, let me see. Let me get all those guys off of the screen. Let me get the thing to stop showing it. There we go. And then get off over here as well. There's Calvin, the dog. I don't think Roland's seen Cal. He's a big puppy. He's a big German Shepherd. Thanks. So yeah, so we keep adding them on here. And so the animations are based on rotations of the origins of the sprites and the hierarchy of their scene setup in such a manner where all we need to record is just the chest position and rotation. And then all the other elements, all the other joints, we only need to record, when we keyframe them, we only need to record their rotations. And so that saves us having to have a skeleton at all. And so now we can spawn many of these guys, and we're still at 60. We're at about 200 frames. And right now we've learned that Godot 4 does not do batch draws for 2D sprites. So that's really what's causing there to be any sort of major performance issues. So if we can get that, if they add that back into 4, then we're going to see another huge gains. But right now we can get about 1,100 to about 1,200 on screen at any time. And we're running great. So on my potato laptop, it's around 700. And so this is good because we can't target. This isn't a console. So the way that I explain it is everyone's like, why don't you just target 100? And it's like, well, I don't. The thing is like people are going to have like a streaming app running when they're playing a video game and they're streaming from that same workstation. And like on a console, it's real easy to target, like set a target for something because it's like, well, I know exactly what the specs are on the thing. But in our case, because we're dealing with something that's a PC application, we don't know, like, we're just going to try and get it as good as we can because in this case, we don't know what 100 avatars for a certain person looks like. Stream avatars caps at 70. Well, it starts out at 70. It caps at 700. Cricket is so good at this. Not really. You guys just missed 30 to 40 minutes of me trying to figure out how to do two-dimensional arrays in C#. So I that was fun. It was so stupid. But trying to figure out the markup and everything. Yeah, it's totally covered in pig heads. The non-batching stuff caught me off guard too. Can you zoom in and out? We could do stuff like that. I don't have any of that set up. So this is an example of what the avatar can look like. I can't show you it right now. Actually, I probably could. The performance isn't going to be as good, but we can show you what it looks like when we replace. So this guy we're calling Poser Man. We've set it up so that an artist can come in, and if we open up Krita, I can show you. So you can have a PSD or whatever. Oh, the other thing too is we're baking at 60 frames the animation, and we're doing we're not doing interpolation on the animation, so we can key exactly at 60, and so the CPU doesn't have to do any interpolation between frames. So we can bake the animations at 60, and then occasionally we will need to interpolate between two different actions, but that's going to be far less often at the same time as always. Poostack, how's it going? Godot 4 is such a regression. No, it is. They went to Vulkan and they dropped a bunch of stuff, and now they have to bring it back in. I feel that way sometimes, for sure. So this is the layout of like what people could use for as a template to start to build out their character, and then I sent that to somebody, Pooh's sister actually, Poostack, in the chat, and she drew this together. And let me see if I can get this running for you guys so you can see what it looks like if we're actually running that instead. So instead of test avatar, we're gonna do chibi avatar. So this isn't using the new system though. So this is all boned. And the display name, let's hide the display name stuff for now. But this is what the little kitty cats look like. So the streamer is going to be able to pick where the area is that they roam in and all that stuff. And maybe it doesn't like us. What is it? It doesn't like something. Do I not have the right? Let's see. Oh, it's Avatar Chibi. It's not Chibi Avatar. I was going to lurk since Chris didn't notice me being here for a half hour. I missed your messages. I was saying, where's Pooh? I want to see them all using the original Prince of Persian walk cycle, please. Hell yeah. I'm a big fan of like early video game history, and of course I can't see it right now, but yeah, I have his journals and stuff when he was doing the development of that, and Sister Pooh has skills for sure, but he's got. Have you seen the karate? What is it called? The old. Whoops, we gotta scale him down. Hang on. So this is kind of what it looks like in full effect. Although I think some of the animations might be broken right now. Let me scale it down to be a bit smaller. I didn't draw it. Pooh's sister did. So I gave her the template and explained to her how it all worked, and then she was able to put together these here. So yeah, it's going to glitch right now. And none of the animations are firing. Sorry, guys. What a letdown. But I'm in the middle of refactoring all this, so it's all broken right now. But we're going to reintegrate this. That's what one of the things we're actually working on right now, besides trying to get this resolution thing figured out. Presently, I'm setting it up so that the... so we're working on it where you can pick the resolution of the actual broadcast window thing. There's a redeem in chat. You can redeem and change the wallpaper of my editor. What happens to performance if you have 100 unique dudes? So what we're going to do, Els, is I'm going to steal that Prince of Persia 1 cycle when we do our intro sequence. Yes, that would be cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to set it up so that when you add new sprites to it, it puts it in an atlas, and that should hopefully reduce draws. So it'll be in like an atlas texture. And yeah, we'll see. But here's the other thing to keep in mind. The textures that this is built off of for each of the elements is 1024. So we do MIP maps, and it picks the scale of the texture that it needs based on the size of the sprite. So we're possibly going to ditch that and lower the resolution, but if you have a really large sprite on the screen already, you can't have a lot of them to begin with, right? So it seems to work good that the further you scale it down, the smaller the MIP map it'll pick from it, and then it kind of offsets everything. Nah, no. I'm an idiot. I'm not. No, I just bumbled my way through this. It's cool to have you in here, Roland. I never get to see you in here. Were you guys working on something together? What was going on? Why did my voice do that? But if you look at Vimeo, you can find the original Prince of Persia run cycle. Oh, do you have to seriously log in now? Are you for real? All right, hang on. The OG run cycle is the original VHS tape is out there. VHS. There it is. Yeah, so this is I gotta find his original. But these are the original VHS tapes. It's really cool to see this. I was doing Whisper Stone stuff and he slid into the chat. Usually working, but I got a notification after I wrapped up. Nice. Yeah, if you've played Prince of Persia, this is like weird to see it this way. But I tried like the Mechner. I was trying to remember the name of the creator. I couldn't remember it off the top of my head. But yeah, it's super cool. That's right. Yeah, this is I forget. These are like famous of the era actors as well. It's really cool. He archived everything like crazy. But anyways, let's get back to what we were doing. But I don't know if you guys have seen the new release of Karateka. It's like it's I believe it's a game that's called The Making of Karateka, and it's got this like huge documentary set of like footage and his father explaining how he made the music and everything. And it's really fascinating stuff. And I have to disclose I own private shares of the company that made this, but it's still cool. So check it out. But yeah, it's cool. But this is really, really dope. But yeah, Digital Eclipse made this. It's really neat. So we have a redeem for the editor background. Let's get that figured out, and then we'll get back to work. Normally I have music going, but we've been kind of cooking, and sometimes when I'm really focused, I forget to keep that going. Really wish that the editor would hot reload the images, but it does not. And we're gonna do fill. All right. Tape here. Oh man. Okay. So what we just did is, let me go over here and undo. We'll go back to our test system since we're still not able to. Okay, so we got our test one going. Let's close that out. I could probably find a stream. It's so nice to go to outdoors. Yeah, so if we go here, what I've got it set up to do is when... So this is the window that gets captured when the stream is happening. And so this is what's... it's automatically... The pixels are transparent to OBS, so we don't have to key anything out. But then if you hit escape, it'll bring up this window here. You can choose what display this window that would be captured by OBS will end up on. So I can change it to my other display. It moves over there. And you can also change what window the settings will open up on as well, in case you want them on 2 different displays or 3 or 4. Because a lot of streamers tend to have multiple, like a multiple monitor setup. Right now, what we're doing is we're been struggling understanding how resolutions work on screens and stuff. But we're going to set it up so that the streamer can pick 16:9 resolution. For now, there's a lot of... I don't know that I want to introduce the possibility of like changing too much for manually, but I could see people wanting to be able to do that. But this will, when we get this set up, when you choose this, we're going to scale this window to the new resolution. And it's going to do it. It's not going to scale this. It's not going to stretch the sprites. You can just scale the window in OBS. Yes, but you'll get you'll get some smudges in your pixels. So if you do it this way to match your canvas resolution, this is the best way to do it. And there is something I could add later on where OBS has a WebSocket. So I could actually probably just set this up to suggest, like it'll say, we could have it check the WebSocket for OBS and be like, hey, OBS's canvas is set to whatever. Do you want us to match that, that resolution? And then we could just kind of fix it automatically. So those are all things that could come later. But for now, we're just going to do this so that we can figure out how to get the scaling right to begin with. And yeah, that's where I am not a smart guy. And we just spent 40 minutes trying to understand why is it so hard to do data structures in C#? Am I an idiot? And I mean, the answer is mostly that I'm an idiot, but also C#'s very verbose. So it's fun. It's great. I love it. Okay. So we've got those resolutions in. There's probably a couple more we need to do, and we need to change the order of this, so that it's the other way around. And let's go over here. Did I do a shout out for Els? Yes. I'm going to do shout out to Tapir as well. Tapir streams. Tapir does Godot development, I think, still. Are you Tapir, or are you moving on to something else? And am I saying that right? I always ask you that. Shout out. we're not using this anymore. Yeah, occasionally, every once in a while I've seen, unless I might be having a stroke. No, I got to go grab the Wikipedia entry about all this. So these are the common resolutions, and I'm going to go through the 16:9s and add them in. But the thing about this is this is a very presumptuous way of doing this, because I have, like, laptops especially will have often, like, they'll be missing 20 pixels from, like, laptops are weird. The resolution stuff in laptops. 24/7 videos of tapirs eating and sleeping. 100%. It's just a zoo. So let's go through the list. We'll bring this over here. We don't want to show this on all code. Okay, so we're going to go as low as we can to like 800, but not... I mean, I guess we could keep going lower if somebody really wanted to. PlayStation Vita. PAL 16:9. So this feels like something we would want to support. This is just madness. This whole thing is madness. This sucks. This is awful. Occasional Chromebook resolution with 96 dpi. Jesus Christ. Okay, so HDTV. All right. Looking good there. iPhones. HD ready TVs. Let's add that. Really, we care about monitors, though, I guess, right? But I guess it's possible some news station could be like, we want to have our... Oh, I didn't get your... let me see. I think... Let me see over here. Don't want to dox anything. Usually people resolve to put most popular resolution and then put your own. Yeah, so we're gonna try and match the monitor resolution. Dude, this sucks. This is like the minutia of making stuff like this. I hate this. It's just like, because it's like, oh, we'll have a drop down for resolution, and then you're like, wait a minute, and then you start to like, it becomes this realization of everything about stuff that you just 1776 is a is a width. That's funny. But you start to realize you don't know what you thought you knew, or that like something is actually way more complex. But so this is what I'm talking about though. Like, why does Windows, if we go to display settings, why does Windows like get to decide? I know there's a way to probably somewhere else to set other resolutions. Should I just copy what Windows has got here? Do they know something I don't know? Is this about my monitor? And this is my monitor and what it can display resolution wise, but it's not about scaling. So in all actuality, okay, let's open up OBS real quick. Let's go to OBS settings. Maybe OBS can answer this for us, and I see, I can't pick it right now. Does anybody have OBS they can open up? I think I can open up another copy. It takes it from the display driver. That's right. Yeah. That makes sense. Let me try opening up another copy of OBS. Okay, we're going to do it. Okay, so we got 2 OBSs running. Did I kill the stream? No, that's us. Are we still good? We're still good. Okay, so this is the other OBS. Okay, you guys still see me? Am I still here? All right, Els, thanks for the raid. So really, I mean, you can set your stream window size to anything, but maybe, is this it? Should we just pick these 3 and be done with it? For now, we have a scaled resolution. Oh, here we go. This is what we should use. Is this what Mariano got? Is that what he did for us already? Let's put this over on the other window. Move to code. And what just happened? All right. Close that out. Let's do this. Settings. And we'll use the scaled canvas resolutions of OBS. That seems like a fair thing to do. And of course, we can't keep it open, so now we got to do some weird thing like this so we can see the numbers. And open that up. Now I can see the numbers when I come over here. And we'll just match this. How about that? That seems like a rational approach here. Instead of trying to decipher numbers from a Wikipedia and figure out, does that seem right? One, 1, 3. 62, 640, 720 by 120, 120. This is the kind of stuff that I hope in the future AI can you could just talk to. I want the Star Trek computer. I do not want the Star Wars computer. You are correct, sir. Eagle-eyed Mariano. Let's give a shout out to Mariano, by the way. Mariano. Champion of liberty and justice. And very keen observer. There's a reason why Mariano works with the UIs. Check out Mariano. He streams. He's doing Godot as well. He's making an NES emulator in GDScript. It's insane. Insane in the membrane. You guys remember that song? Was anyone? That's how you lose. That's how you lose your audience. So start singing old songs. So I mean, that's all I ever do typically. Okay, so that looks good. And then one more at 256 by 1440. Wait. 2,560 duh by there we go. Okay. Wait, that's base canvas. Oh. Okay, we're okay. And then we're okay there. Second mistake. 760 is wrong too. I never learned to read. I do think that I may have something with numbers and my brain flips them around for sure, which makes math like, you know, when you're young and math is not my is .NL New Zealand. I think so. By the way, guys, still trying to look for an open source name of Org, because the OR-G domains are wide open. So let's jump on that. What are we doing? There's practically every Org domain we could get. So let's hop on that. I believe even org.sex is available. So if you really, maybe that's like $1 million domain to pick up if you want to be one of those people who gets that sells domains. Org.friends. There might be. Oh, I don't know. That one's probably already taken, Pooh. Should check it out. We thought of it the other day and then went down the rabbit hole and it was like, oh my gosh, this is like $1 million. We were trying to think of like, what could we do with this? There's nothing to do with it. And I think that everybody who realizes that probably thought the same thing. I don't know. Not taken. Pooh stack. So or.gy is not taken. Are you kidding me? You gotta, somebody. I don't know. That feels like I mentioned this to Roland in the chat on their chat a while ago. By the way, that variable can be a const. Okay. After we finally figured out how to do it. Const. Expression being assigned to settings.panel must be constant. What is not constant about it? This is what was happening before. What is not constant about this? I mean, I guess it's because it's new. Does that mean we just say like that? I would think that the word constant means that the thing inside of it can't be changed. Okay. Cannot implicit. So now we do this. Array initializers can only be used in a variable or field initializer. Try using a new expression instead. Cannot use an anonymous type. Cannot. Yeah, we already worked it out with I'm just having a stroke. Constants won't allow for, it's got to be a number, a Boolean, or a string in C#. Are you sure? Array size cannot be specified into variables. So did we do that? We do it in here with the number 2 is what you're saying. Oh, what happened? Oh my God, we went into... So we've tried this. Nested array initializer is expected. We've tried this. Oh, wait. We got it. Hang on. Now, hold on now. There's still some meat on them bones. Now, is it just dot to repeat? Yeah. Delete 3. Oops. Delete 3. W. See, this is the stuff I got to get better at with. There we go. The expression cannot be, must be constant. God. Const. Expression must be constant. Bro, I'm trying. I think this needs to be on the new though. So I think we need the comma here, and then there needs to be, would it be new int, and then we would say 10 comma 2. Wasn't paying attention. New int every time. He wanted an array of arrays. So in C# land, that is, I mean, this is for 1, 2, 3, 4. What about new 10, new int 12? Where do I put that? Let's see. Let's go back. See, I feel like I don't need to do new. This is what I'm talking about. It's just integers. I just want an array of integers. Array of like, I just want 2 integers per row, if we're to say it that way. It's not any bigger than an array of objects. It's nonsense. I wasn't doing this for performance. I just wanted something I could iterate on easily. With the constant? No. Let's try 10. Array size cannot be specified into a variable declaration. Try initializing with a new. So that means that this syntax then wouldn't work because C# just doesn't let you do it. Like if I do new now, then everything else is going to break. So if I do new int and then I say here 10. Oops. And then 2. It doesn't like the syntax after it. No, bro. Okay. Guys, we're past this now. You guys are pulling me back in this. I was fine. This is that whole the plus and minus of streaming code. What am I doing wrong? If I go like this, that it doesn't like that. We're declaring the type here, right? If I do new, now the syntax after this is wrong. So I'd have to rewrite a bunch of stuff. I'm fine doing that, but I don't care that it's not constant. That's the thing. Because I know what I'm going to do with the variable. Does that make sense? Like, it'd be cool if it was constant. What if it was... I promise you, this is not something I'm doing. Numbers. Yeah, we tried that, but when we iterate on it, it's not actually multi-dimensional when you do it that way. Read only. I've never done that. It's like a flat nesting. I don't know. I've never seen data structures like that. I never knew you could even do that kind of stuff. I'll be totally honest. And I guess it probably depended on the language. Console line numbers for each, treat it as a flat array. Right. Yeah, read only. So that should be enough to have a constant like, right? Now can we say constant? No. But I don't care because I'm not going to have anything on the outside. It's private already. We're already private. No. All right. That's instead of a constant. I got you. I understand. But I don't, it doesn't really matter anyways because I'm writing the code and I know that I'm not going to write any code to go and change any of this. But it's always nice to be strict about, like, to say I don't want this changed, because it's always a good idea if you know it's not going to be like, well, I don't need to worry about this. At least I would say if you have a language that lets you do that, why are you using the language if you're not going to do something like that? But this is pair programming. Whenever you stream, it's more than pair programming. It's group programming. And I'm not opposed to this at all. But we had moved on, guys. You guys wouldn't let this go. And for the love of God, why is it a init? It's because it's an array. That's the object, right? I know in other languages I could do this and it's not as expensive. You shouldn't say that, bro. There might be somebody listening that's design pattern sensitive. You got to do another for loop, I think. But this way we just do one line. It's fine either way. I'm fine with this. Let's move on, guys. 20 minutes. What are we doing? Let it go. All right. There is a lot of mess in here, though. This lowercase game and this uppercase game is not good. So we gotta deal with that. So anything that's capital game is gonna move into this class. So we'll move all that stuff in here. So now we need to call, when the resolution is picked, we need to call a function that changes the resolution. This is the settings. So this is going to be set resolution locally. Then we're going to use the integer value that we get from the selected dropdown to look up our resolutions here to find out the resolution we want to set it to. Because we only get an integer back from when we choose to drop down in the first place. So now let's go ahead and you'll notice the function names here are all lowercase. This is when I was learning C# and I didn't know best practices or the standard that people use for function names, starting with capitals. So please excuse that. I'll fix it later, I swear. And no overload. It takes one argument, so we need it to be int. Oops. Let's go back over here. Int resolution lookup. And then we just go and grab it from resolutions. We just say it's an array of ints. Current resolution equals resolutions resolution lookup. Okay, so that should get our currents, the selected resolution. Then we need to look up how to do this in Godot, where we are going to set the hey, Redson, thanks for that. I avoid C#. Lol. I love it. I love it. I'm like, there's stuff I like about it. I mean, this is the thing about any language. You know what it reminds, like learning programming languages, and like when anybody sees you coding in anything, it's really fascinating because it does become like Mac versus PC kind of thing. I went this way because I thought it would be the least amount of friction in terms of like getting the type safety that I wanted. At this point, I would say if I could do it over, I probably would choose, I might even go C. But I really do like Odin Lang. Odin Lang looks really cool. Odin Lang. Calvin's moved. The floor is a mess in here because Calvin makes it so. There he is. Probably not, no. I would stick with C#. And again, the biggest reason why is the only plugin. Okay, okay. I probably would have stuck with 3, and I would have gone with C# on 3. I moved the story about how I got on 4. I didn't want to switch to 4 whatsoever. I was trying to caution people who were very excited about 4 before it came out. And I said I wasn't going to do it. But when I wanted to make this Twitch thing, the only plugin that supported the doing Twitch chat and all that I could find that was of any quality was ported to 4. And so so I decided, okay, well, let's just do it. And when I decided to move to C#, I discovered actually by happenstance that the plugin in the first place that I had used for Twitch in GDScript wasn't going to work for my needs anyways. How do you write sins, please? I have used 4 sins beta 1. 4 cents. Oh, how do you write sense? SENSE. But you're looking at this one, sense. This is like your nose, sense. And then the other one is based in time. So those are the 2 cents. And then there's this, sense, which is money. But I don't know that you have that where you're from. Right? I don't think you got that one. Do you have sense? Do you call it sense? So you would use SINCE. Meaning mouse sense. All right, so let's look at OS and see if we can resolution. I guess if we just look. Here we go. For desktop console games, this is more or less straightforward as... but yeah, anyways, so being over in C# means that it was nice to be able to get the NuGet stuff that I needed to be able to get the Twitch library. We have pennies, so it's £1, 25 pence. Nowadays, it's no longer the case. Plenty of different screen sizes, densities, and aspect ratios. Non-conventional sizes are becoming increasingly popular as ultra-wide displays. So, Colt, we're probably going to use your approach here. I might need you to walk me through it so I don't have to waste all my time on this. Base size of the window specified on the project display window. However, the engine will not attempt to switch the monitor to this resolution, rather thinking of the setting as the design size, i.e. the size of the area that you work in. In the editor, this setting corresponds directly to the size of the blue rectangle in the 2D editor. This is often needed to support devices with screen and window sizes that are different from the base size. Godot offers many ways to control how the viewport will be resized and stretched to different screen sizes. To configure the base window content scale size, how do we change resizing? Here we go. Several types of devices, several displays of devices in which turn on pixel density. The viewport node has several functions to handle resizing, and the root node of the scene tree is always a viewport. Scenes are loaded at instances. In any case, the root viewport params is probably the most flexible way to deal with the problem. It can be a load of work, code, and guessing, so Godot provides a set of parameters in the project settings to handle multiple resolutions. Stretch settings are located in the project settings and provide several options. Stretch mode. Stretch mode defines how the base size is stretched to fit the resolution of the screen or the window. You should check first if the res is taller or wider. I take this into account because I also export for mobile. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad I figured out what you meant. Okay, so we want to fix the window to not allow us to stretch. So let's find that setting first. We want to programmatically resize the window when the setting is changed. Display window, we want resizable off. Okay, so that's the first thing that we want. So now if we run the project, we should not be able to manually resize the size of the window. Yeah, we can't. Okay, so now we're a fixed size. All right, Roland, thank you for hanging out. See you again. I just force a res. Okay, so to configure the stretch mode, so there is a window class. So let's look this up. Window. Base class for all windows, dialogues, and pop-ups. A node that creates a window. The window can be native system window or embedded inside another window. At runtime, windows will not close automatically when requested. You need to handle manually using a close requested signal. A node that creates a window. So we need to grab the window from the viewport. Viewport. Viewport creates a different view onto the screen. Optionally, a viewport can have its own 2D or 3D world, so it doesn't share what it draws. GUI embedded subwindows. There's got to be a way to grab the current. Because the thing is it's the starting. Like if we run the scene, right? Let me go back over here. And we run the game and we look at the active scene tree. We go to remote. Okay, so root is the main window. So we need to get root. Whoa, what happened here? Ah! I don't know what that was about. We're going to close this out. So we'll get the roots. So that's the scene tree, right? So does the scene tree have our root window? We're setting it up so the streamer can set the resolution size of the streaming window. Oh, I was Drent. I had asked you. I think you were AFK. How's the project going for the Jam game? Are you done? Or are you still working on it? Let me know when you're done and it's out. And we'll I'll play it on the stream. I got to get you and Sticks to see. Sticks has been working her butt off on it. So root is the window. Okay. Still working on it. Nice. Okay, so now we can go back to window again. So in our code, we have to do a couple of things. We have to... Sometimes that happens. I don't know. We've got to run away. So we can get the root window from the game. So the first thing we do is get root window. And then we're going to look at content scale size. So what is project settings, viewport width, window size? So this is it right here, I think. Size. The window size in pixels. So it's pretty simple. We go like this. We have the global game variable. Game. Game is a... we can grab it from, so root game, but we just grab it from root. So we go like this. We say window root window equals get node. Ah, shoot. We have to get the node first. Bummer. If we're getting scene tree, so it is scene tree. And is there an example of getting the scene tree from get tree? It's just a property called window. Scene tree does not contain a definition. What are you talking about? It's right here. Oh, it's root. Okay. Jesus. All right. All right, Red, have a good one. Okay, so if we have the root window now, we can say root window size equals a vector. So new vector. And I'm guessing it's a 2i. Let's go forward back to our other docs here. Size is a vector 2i. Okay. So vector 2i, and we're going to say current resolution 0, current resolution 1, and you think it's going to work on the first try? Guess we'll find out. It did not. All right, let's get VS Code out and we'll set a breakpoint. Settings. Set resolution. So this might not be getting fired. We are connecting here. Item selected. Window resolution is the same. Fartility. And then we run. I can always tell it's redstone. See you, Red. See if we hit it. Okay, we don't need that. Keep going. Okay, we're hitting it. And we are getting something called scene tree. Let's go back to... Shoot. Let's keep going. Ah! Did we get an exception? Hang on, guys. Let's rerun it. There's a way to get root, though, right? Godot docs get root. Get tree, get root. Okay. Because maybe our problem is with... So I am using get node root. Get tree.root. It doesn't like that. The root viewport. But viewport doesn't give us we need the root window. It doesn't give us the window. Yeah. Aline, thank you so much for your help as always. Thank you, anybody who's helped in the chat. But thank you. Have a good night. It was nice. I believe this is the first time you were in chat, right? So it was nice meeting you. All right. root. So root should be the window. So if we do this, then we should be able to say window. And see, I'm wondering if we set the root window, is that really doing... If we're just setting the value, is that actually doing anything? Or is there a method call that we need to use in order to actually tell it to change? Okay, so we get that. Editor could not be opened because file was not found. Node.cs. Let's just keep going. Okay, we do have a root window. Hey, we got it. All right, let's try it again. That is definitely not a 16:9 ratio. But look at this. Boop. 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 So we got it. So that's working. I know what I'm doing. I can program. Yay. Okay. And this still works? Yes. All right. What if we do this? Yes. Okay. Cool. Well, so we've got to change the, because right now if we were to add stuff, yeah, oops. Yeah, we got to fix something in the project directory here real quick. And I deleted the, can we undo that? No, negative ghostwriter. Let's go back. Let me copy we got this one here. We'll just copy it from here. Display. Ludicrous display. Copy. Paste. All right. Let's try it here. And it's not going to work. We still got some work to do. So like if we change it like this, they're only going to spawn in here because we got to scale things. And that's what I'm hoping Colt can help me with. Get visible rec size. So we're going to need that stuff to be able to resize what is in the window, not to resize the window itself. Okay. Well, let's check off maybe part of this. I don't know. Okay, we can close VS Code for now. Let's get rid of that. And so when this happens, we need to set the viewport stuff to resize to the new window size. And get visible, get viewport, get visible rec to size. Okay. Control the whistle. All right, so let's root. And just to confirm that what we think is happening, let's run it. And we're going to look at the remote scene when we do this. We're not going to be able to tell that way. Unless we... no, we can't even do it in here. Is that a floating bowling ball? It's my daughter's bicycle helmet. It does look like a floating bowling ball. but the root will show us the size. That is the viewport size, right? So if I change this at runtime to, let's say, 1000, not 100. No, it didn't do anything. Max size, min size, content scale size. Mode is windowed. So are we going to have to scale everything? Do we need to scale the position of everybody? How the hell are we going to do this? If we want to keep the avatar let's see what happens when we do this. I don't know. I think this is actually going to take quite a bit of code. Because we want to scale the avatar sprite to a ratio of like the height of the screen. I think viewport will be okay. Problem is some of those resolutions aren't the same ratio. So that creates a problem in itself. Because presently we have this thing called Roam Rect. And Roam Rect is designed to... Right now we have it... the entire size of the screen, but it's interesting. The Roam Rect is broken right now. Why is that? There should be. Why is Roam Rect not working? Go back to main. That's weird. There should be some exports here that are not existing right now. Why? What if you replace Roam Rect with a control node, set it to full screen rect, and then it should just scale the viewport size you set? The problem is that we're letting people draw. We're going to be letting people draw where the roams area is. So, how do we handle this gracefully? Roam Rect with a control node, set it to full screen rect. If we, because it's possible that a streamer, like I've got my camera on the bottom left hand corner right now, right? So it's possible that a streamer is going to want the roam area to only be to the right of their, their. Do we do this with a camera? My hair is all wacky right now. If we use the camera, problem is the scaling. All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I'm doing a little bit of a potty dance right now. If you have kids, you know the signs. Look for the signs. I'll be right back. What did you do? What did you do? What did you do? Oh no, Cal. No. No, you ate the sandwich. No. What did you do? No. Oh, you sorry? Oh, no. No, you ate it all. Oh, so sorry. Oh, Calvin. Calvin, I trust you. You're my brother. You're my brother. I trusted you. I walked away. I trusted you. You let me down. No, it's gone. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh. All right, get on the couch. Calvin, I'm just crushed. No, it's gone. Hey, leave that one alone. My God, I'm such an idiot. I closed the other door behind me, and he must have been able to open it. Because I bring him with me to the other room, and then I close the door, but I guess it didn't latch. That was a good shot too. He just got up there and he's like, I got this. Dogs really do fall for the you snooze, you lose, or the, what's the other term? Finders keepers. So in case you missed it, why not have another window where they can draw the rectangle inside another rectangle that has the same scale as their screen for the roaming area? What if we make it a square? And because the resolution could be either more wide or more tall. So what I mean to say is, in this situation, the square that things scale in would actually be higher than the viewable area. But if they did draw a roaming rect inside that square, and the resolution changes such that it's now even wider or taller, it'll resize in that square space so that if it so happens they want something weird for the resolution, it scales to a well, the problem is if it's really tall or really wide, it'll still work. But in this case, we have fixed resolutions, a list of fixed resolutions that we're using. Let's take a look at some of these resolutions. Because if we look at, like, the weirdest one, I think was, that's pretty standard. That's pretty standard. That's pretty standard. That's pretty weird. Are all of these supposed to be 16 by 9? Somebody do the math for me. Maybe they all are 16 by 9. That doesn't seem like it. But maybe it is. What about ultra wide? Well, does anybody stream out there with like an ultra wide? This is definitely not. Maybe it is 16 by 9. Well, let's presume that these are all 16 by 9. Let's find a tool to find a ratio. Ratio calculator. I know there's an easy way to do this in your head, but I am not a math savvy individual. By 9, 16. 0. Calculates. Ratio solver. So that is 71 by 40. So if you divide width by height. So I think square is probably the way to do it then. We artificially create a square area. And then we scale up the roaming rect that way. So we've got some sort of issue here right now. Let's do a build. Why is the... Oh, it's running. What is going on? Let's close and reopen the project. Something weird is going on here. Do I have two Godots open? No. Two Godots? Oi. Hey, no! Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. All right, I think I got to kick him out. I just need to make sure my neighbor who's threatening to shoot him isn't out. He's jumping in the creek right now. Hey, Cal, get in here. Come on. Oh, he's being a little turd. There we go. Okay, so we're back. This is what we wanted. For some reason, it wasn't working. I think Godot, even when you're doing a GD script tool, yeah, no, he's threatening to. He's it's a long story. Yeah, come on, everybody, come on, come on, Doodle Go, come on, Doodle Go, come on, good boy. Thank you for listening. Good boy. There you go. Okay. So we need to figure out the longest size of our resolution. Let's get the settings to save, and we're going to refactor some of the other stuff here. Calvin, can you stay in here, buddy? So we're going to have, we have the screen resolutions, stream screen, settings stream, screen. I guess this would be a resolution, public And if it's a lookup, God dang it, Cal, dude, get in here. Come on, come on, come on. Stay in here, okay, buddy? Can you stay in here? Okay. So if we store it as an integer, we can just store the int value and use that to assign the resolution again. Hey. Here's your problem. 0 being the display resolution. Hey! God dang it. Calvin, get in here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Stay. Come on. Cal. Come on, buddy. Yeah, how about we just enjoy it, okay? Hey. I know. It's not fair to you either, is it? Not fair to you either. Okay, come on, get up here. Okay. Stay up there, buddy. All right. Can't you lock him up? With you, I mean. I mean, he's a puppy, and you know, he starts to get a little stir crazy. He wants to chew on things and all that stuff, and it's like, I gotta let him out, otherwise he's gonna destroy everything in the house. But if he's outside, he destroys everything in the yard right now. So it's not really a win-win situation. He just ate the PVC off of our pump and destroyed all 4 of the hoses that connected to it. Luckily, it's just a irrigation pump. It's not like to the house or anything. But that's the kind of puppy he's being. I've heard that let's think about this. So we get the values, we set the values. Then we load things up. That's why it's on game. Because on startup, we want to go through and load the config file. Calvin, stay. Calvin, please, buddy. My daughter just got her glasses today. It makes me want to cry. It's a special thing, I guess. It's funny when you're a parent, the things that... Oh, Pagorli got the 10-minute redeem for clean your room. All right, we'll do that for a little bit while we think about this stuff. Sorry, guys. It's funny. It's like, well, how do I save this value? I'm not. Was Tapir here? Tapir was here for a little bit. He changed the... how do you know? How could you tell? How could you tell Tapir was here? What made you think that? What possibly made you think that? All right, let me get my lapel on. Lapel. Leave it. Cal, don't be that dog. Don't be that doggy. Don't be that ruggy. Hey, watch it. Thank you. What is the ratio you were calculating for? I didn't choose any ratio. I was trying to figure out the screen resolutions to see if they were all 16:9. The first one I tried that looked odd was not, so we can't base it off of 16:9 ratio. I was hoping we could, and then that would just make everything else like butter, super easy. But since we can't do that, we're going to go with the square technique of having the, when they set the roam rect, we'll base it around the square. I mean, what we could do is just have a thing where it's like, hey, you need to set this up. And every time you change the resolution, it's like, hey, you need to set this up. And if they do it live, if they do it when there's a bunch of avatars on the screen, then we just respawn psychologist. Or is it a physiologist? Okay. Should be able to do the 10-minute cleanup. And this little doggy, this little dog of mine, I'm gonna let him ride. This little dog of mine, I'm gonna let him ride. Whoa, Calvin. Not on TV. Not on stream. Okay, that's enough. All right. Okay, Cal. I love you, Rappa. First of all, let's get some snuggles in real quick. Let's get some snuggles in. Oh, that's good snuggles. Oh, that's the best snuggles. No. Cal. Oh, goodness. Hey. Good boy. Thank you. All right. Hey, you want to sit? You want to sit down? You want to sit? Do you want to sit down? Do you want to sit down on your cheeks? All right, let's go. Come on. Good boy. Here you go. There you go. This is good to chew on, okay? This is good to chew on. This right here. Okay? This right here. This is good. This is good to chew on. This is what doggies chew on. Yeah. This is what doggies chew on. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, whoop. 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 Whoop, whoop, whoop. There you go. What am I gonna clean? Let's look at the other room here. I want to get the classroom materials in here. I want to get the classroom materials in. If we pull that table out a little bit that we're sorting and organizing everything on, we can get one of those over there. That would be a good first start. Actually, could we fit two? Ooh, we may be able to fit two. If we fit two, okay. And if we get them in there, then we could put some of the stuff that's in there on top of it for the time being as well. Oh, God, that's what we have to do. No! Okay. I like my kids. I tell them to clean and they play with the dogs. You need to vacuum the carpet and Calvin's teeth. Playing with doggo is not cleaning. All right, let's reset the timer. 10 minutes. Here we go. This is the wrong cup. All right, so how do we get back there? Bro, dude, Cal, no. Calvin, you're such a puppy. Drop it. Hey, drop it. Calvin, drop it. Drop it. Okay. Whoa! Hey, no, that's not good. No, no, no. All right, that's enough of that. Dude, stay out of here. Stay out of here, okay? I don't know how I'm going to do any cleaning right now because I'm in the middle of, I can't leave Calvin alone, but I can't take him outside. And all he does when I clean is just grab things to chew on. But let's try and move this. And he's going to come in and be a pain in the ass. Leave it, Cal. Please, just leave it. Leave it. All right. I've locked him out. Rappa, what about Ree? What about Ree, Rappa? What's he doing? Dude, you're going to break everything. It takes you like 2 seconds to break things. Come on. I can't trust you out there. You're going to be barking at all the kids coming home from school. Huh? And as our neighbor has established, you're never allowed to bark at anything, apparently. So I don't know what to do. What do I do? What do I do, little man? What do I do? Should I put on some Paw Patrol for you? You want to watch some Paw Patrol? You want to watch Chase? You want to watch Chase on Paw Patrol? Paw Patrol. Let's do it. We'll put on some Paw Patrol. You can watch some TV. I'll just treat them like my kids. I need you to stop running around screaming. Watch some Paw Patrol while Papa works. Paw Patrol. Nope. Paw Patrol. No. It is not a buffet in here. Get out. Get out of here. Get out. Stay out. Okay. Hey. Calvin. Hey. Ah. Knock it off. See, he's getting loosey goosey. We really need to go for a walk. Is what we need to do. After this, we'll go for a walk. Okay, buddy? Calvin. Dude, please get out of here. Calvin, go. Come on, out. Out. Calvin. Come on. Come on, get out. 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 Wait. Calvin, sit. Sit. Wait. Wait. Hey, go back. Go back. Sit. Go back. Sit. Wait. Wait. Hey. Wait. Wait. Can you wait? Got some treats for you if you wait. Hmm? Can you wait? Wait. Wait. Hey. Wait. Calvin. I said to wait. There you go. Good boy. Thank you for doing what I asked. Good boy. Dude, you're supposed to keep doing it. Can you come out? Oh. Out. Go out. 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 Hey. Wait. Wait. Cal. Back. 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 Wait. Cal. Sit. 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 Thank you. There you go. Wait. 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 Okay. There you go. Keep waiting. Wait. Wait. Okay. All right, let's try and, I don't know that there's, see, the next step is to get those shelves in here. In our journey of defragging. So I think I might have to, I don't know, this is tough with Calvin because I can't just kick him out right now. Get up on the couch, bud. Hey. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Do it next time. Yeah, I think so. I did have it set up where we could I could go play fetch with him, and you guys could watch. Should I do that instead? I just have to find his balls. He lost all of his balls. And get the cam up. You guys can see the porch that he's destroying. But I can go play fetch with him. I need to adjust this camera anyways. He's chewing up the carpet off of this porch. Yes, it's carpet. I don't know why they made it carpet. So I've got to redo the porch anyways. But I could go out there. I'll play fetch with him here. You guys could watch. Hey, Pooh, are you still here? if we could retitle this stream Fetch with Doggy. Title. I'll use the lapel and we'll leave it on here and hopefully you guys will be able to watch me play Fetch. I'll set a timer for 10 minutes. We'll come back. Maybe he'll be a little more chill. If I can find the ball. I gotta find the dang ball. Alright, 10 minutes. Let's go, buddy. Where's your ball? Can you go find your ball with me? Huh? Where's your ball? Hey, where's your ball? Is it under here? Did you put it underneath here? Did you put it under here? No. Oh, buddy. What'd you do with him? Where's your ball? Where'd you put the ball? Where'd you put the ball? Where's your ball? Where's your ball? Hmm? Where is it? Where's your ball? Your ball. Grab this. You brought this up here? Man, this place is a mess. If I clean any of this up, though, fine. All right, buddy. We've got like 1 million balls. We bought 1 million balls. Where did they all? The messed up one. Boy. Good boy. Here you go. Up. Give it to me. Over here. Come here. Cal, over here. Come on. Good boy. Hey. What if we can adjust the... Let me see the chat. Yeah, I mean that's the idea of the chat stuff, isn't it? Here. You stinker. See, this is what he does. He wants me to play fetch with him. Get over here. You. Here we go. Here we go. Good boy. Come here. Come here. Hey. Over there, buddy. You gotta come back this way. Where's your good ball? What'd you do with your good ball? What did you do with it? Give me the ball. Give me the What'd you do with your good ball? Give me the ball. Drop it? Did it fall down the steps? In between? Did it fall in between? You don't see it. God, look at this. Here. See what else we got. Where is the other ball, buddy? What about Bullwinkle? You want to get Bullwinkle? Here's Bullwinkle. Oh, yeah. Go get him. Ready? Go get Bullwinkle. Nope, nope. I got it. I got it. Oh. Calvin. Come on, get Bullwinkle. Come on. You stink bug. I just want to pet you. I'm just going to pet you. Got it. Ha. All right, over here. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Ready? Set. Ready? Set. Wait. Wait. Can you wait before I throw it? You're a cutie. Love you, buddy. Hey! This is very into the office. I'm gonna put this on the desk with me when you're being a bad boy. Rope's a good one. Set. Go. Here with that. All right, how much time we got? Okay. Let's see. Time. Oh, we're good. Let's come inside, Cal. Let's go. Come on, bud. I know that was short. We need to do a little more. How about every hour we do something together, huh? Does that sound good? Let's go. I should have left this damn part of the room open. It's so hot in here right now. Calvin. Okay. Yeah, sun's starting to set. Drent's like, oh my god, it's daylight. So yeah, the porch is a disaster, as you can see. Hey buddy, you want to come in? Don't go in the, please don't go in the creek. If you're going to go in the creek, you can't come back in. Calvin, come back, buddy. Don't go in the creek. Calvin, don't do it. Oh, no. He went in the creek. Oh, God, he's soaking wet. Calvin, come on, buddy. Cal, come on. Oh, man. I don't know what to do. He's going to be soaking wet. How do the flat earthers explain that? How do they explain night and day if the earth is flat? It didn't even occur to me as a way of debunking it. Come on. Oh, you stink bug. Come on, buddy. Because the sun revolves around a plate. But even if you're in a room and you have a light, that doesn't even make any sense. Huh. Still, there would need to be some curvature to the earth in order for there to be darkness. So the plate is a bowl? Yeah, you can't have night without a curvature. There'd be like perpetual sunset, or it would never be dark. Yeah, I mean, if you're high enough in a plane, you see it. You know, I've been on flights to Brazil and stuff. And on those longer flights, you get higher up in the atmosphere, and you totally see the curve of the earth. Oh, man. See, the problem is we can all get sucked into that kind of thinking. It happens to us all. It's just not flat earth. But we can very easily get trapped in like we can logic our way through something that's a fallacy. They say plane windows are made special. If that were true, you would see a curve when you're landed. Cal. Dude, stop showing off. Come here. Calvin, come here. Buddy. Come on. Shake. Alright, let's go. Good boy. Good boy. He's soaking wet. Are you proud of yourself? Calvin, get back over here. I wanted to show you. You're soaking wet to everybody. Come on. Dude, come on. Get in here. Calvin, please. He's even more high energy now. They didn't calm him down at all. Got him wound up. Good boy. You want to show everybody? Show them how proud you are that you're soaking wet. Show them how proud you are. Okay. Let's get back to work. Come on, get on the couch. They don't like this funny thing, Drent, is they want to live in a lie of conspiracy, that there's a conspiracy about it. And I get it. It's a way for people who want to believe in an afterlife to try and claim that there's some grand scheme to make us not believe and all. So it's like, okay, I can kind of get that. Like, but it's funny because the lie is that the earth is flat. And I gotta wonder how many people are contributing to that lie in order to spin something to make some money. Calvin, please, dude, you are making me lose my mind. Could you stop? Cal. Please. Please. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. And I guess this isn't screen, this is window. Bud, come here. Let me pet you. Love you. Hey. No, I'm trying to pet you. I love you. Aw, you know how to shake. Who taught you that? Okay. Go lay down. Hey. No. Calvin. I know you want to be outside right now. Calvin. I understand. I understand. I understand. Alright, fine. Out. Alright, he's out. Do you need to iterate sections? That's part of the config file format. So like it's, you know, like in an init file, you'll have the braces and then the section name. So that's how it builds it out. Okay. So now the setting will save depending on what we choose, and we'll set the resolution. We'll run the set function. Right now, the set function is in the settings panel code. The reason why we don't keep this here, I'm starting to remember now, is static function that's set on load. Can we make these functions static? You want to come in? What if I told you not to come in? Then you would want to come in, right? So is there a way to make these static? Let's see if we can. An object reference is required for the non-static field method or property game.windows settings. So can we set Windows settings to static? Yes. Okay, so that takes care of that one. So then Dandy McGee. Dandy's throwing shade at the oop. You idiot! You idiot! That's the compiler. How's it going, Dandy? I've been lurking on some of your streams. I can't ever talk. Like, I'm always like, I got the kids and stuff. Let's see. What's the other one? Is that it? Just the settings screen? Hey, buddy, come on in. No, no motivation to program after work, unfortunately. That compiler error sounds more useful than some C++ compiler errors. That's a pretty low bar, says Danny. C++ errors be like, insert 7,893 lines of nested STL templates here. What is going on? Do I have caps lock on? Why am I not able to get over to... Whoa! Okay, I do have cap locks on. Okay, that's to get over to the next buffer. How do I get over to the next window? That's to adjust the window. I can't remember anything anymore. It's been so long since I've coded because I've been working in the animation stuff for a while that it is not... I am not the best at remembering C#. There's the thing about C# that I really can't stand is that it is far too verbose. Okay, so let's move resolutions out into... Might as well put them in... Yeah, we'll just pass the integer, but we need to Okay, so we'll make it static on the other end. Break on through to the other side. Break on through. Seriously, how the hell do I navigate to the other window? I can't remember. Oh, now I remember. I remember. Break on through to the other side. There we go. And this ain't public anymore. Is this Doom or Vim? It's Vim. People say Java is too verbose, but C# seems like it decided to add a verbose sales tax on top of it. It's nasty. That's my biggest complaint. Is it's just grossly. I don't understand how this happens. Though in both cases, yeah. I'm definitely new to C#, but unfortunately I'm using all the, like, yeah. Like, this just doesn't feel right, what this right here. I shouldn't have to do it like this. This doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. We're going to take it. Okay. So now we should be able to set the resolution, and then we got to do this here. This is going to be, and this needs to be static. Static. Read only. Due to protection level, we're private. We shouldn't be private. We should be public. Break on through. All right. Does that fix it? It should be fixed. Object reference is required for the non. It's not static, so we got to make it static. Dear God. Okay. Now we've got an object reference. Get tree roots. crap. Crapola. I guess we could pass the root window to it. But then the code on screen doesn't seem too verbose to me at all, aside from all the unnecessary casts in Lambda. A lot of that is due to the it's Godot land. I have to connect to the button presses, and then I'm receiving a long, and I have to put it as an blah, 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 blah. But that's just the nature of the UI and button presses and all that stuff. Because it's not a, what do you call it? It's not the GUI isn't, needs more. Yeah, it's not. Damn it! I can't remember it's not immediate mode, so it's all just sitting there waiting. Push me, it says. And we need the root window to set the size. Object reference to non-static field. What if we just have a reference to root in here, and we make that what it calls. So we say private roots, and this is going to be window, root window, and then on startup we go and we do this. It needs to be static. And then we say paste. Oops. I guess we could do it down here. Window. So root window equals get tree root. And then we passed the static test. Huzzah. Okay, so now let's double check the game code. Let's run it and make sure we're okay. My building made everybody rush outside at 9 a.m. sharp to move our cars from them to paint new lines in the parking lot. It's 8 p.m. and the people still haven't showed up. Yep. That's great. At least you didn't switch to Unity a month before all the hoopla. Did you? At least I got a visitor spot this time. Last time I had to park half a mile away from my house. Oh my god. Oh, it is, the export is working. Hang on a second. I gotta make sure Calvin is being a good boy. Whoa, hey! Let's calm down. All right, get up on this. There you go. That's my boy. I heard some dogs barking, and I said, is he being a good boy? Is he being good? Let me get you that link. Pustak. It does work. We have confirmed we got it working. Why do they hide the most common thing you would want to do, which is share the link? All right, so this is an export of the Windows executable for this. Do I have to do anything to make it work, or is it working by itself already? It is working by itself already. It'll look just like this, and you just add avatars. I'm extremely curious how many avatars you can add on screen while you still stay around 60 frames a second. Also asked for permission. It did? Since I don't have the permission. It should be open to everybody. Let me double check. Share. Oh, it's restricted. Sorry about that. All right, try it again. That's weird. No, that's the console. Spike. Hang on. That's the wrong thing. I sent you the wrong thing. Don't use that one. Don't use that one. I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. We're going to start getting itch page going with this, and I'll give you guys access to it directly. And we'll do uploads on commits. And we're going to do some continuous delivery. Continuous delivery. There you go. Yeah, Pooh, get on that. So yeah, Dandy, one of the things that's going on is we built a system for avatars that allows us to build them out of different sprites. So this is just a model that we've created, and it's a chibi scale. This is an example of what kind of sprite we could, or what kind of character we could create with it. Let me find it. It's Avatar Chibi. So this is using the exact same bones and everything. And turns out when you have a lot of skeletons animating on the screen, Godot tanks performance. So we built a system to translate the keyframed animations of the skeleton to a sprite-only solution. We set the origins at the joint points, and then we translate the rotations that we did with the skeletons frames and send them over to the sprites rotations, and it works fine. We also bake the animations at 60 frames a second, and then that way we don't have to do any interpolation. So that's what's been going on with this. And that 10x the performance when we did that. So we were able to get on my potato laptop. I can get about 700 avatars on it before we tank. Dude, you need to get down. I don't have anything in my. I don't have any. I don't have anything. Hey, get on the couch. Sit on the couch. Come on. Sit on the couch. What are you doing? Get on the couch. Get on the couch. You know, if I see any German Shepherd puppies, I'm gonna know who did it. Wait. Calvin, you gotta wait. Wait. No. What is going on? Wait. No. That is not what wait means. Wait. Okay. Good boy. The new bottleneck, I'm not sure really. I can't hit the GPU. So we're not CPU bound right now. On my computer, I can't hit the GPU. So I'm not sure what's going on. But 700 is on my potato laptop. So the main thing that I think is going on that we've determined is that Godot 4, when they moved to Vulkan, they completely rewrote rendering, and they currently don't have batch draws for 2D. I did 1,900 at 60 FPS. No batching. I don't know. Maybe I could look around. We can override there's a server that we can do our own draws to, but I don't know if I want to crack that open. Don't hit the Drent. Progressive maintenance isn't actually recommended, especially for silicon chip-based electronics. My old boss, he was a former tank technician for the Army. He was in the IT department. He had no business being what he was, but it was nepotism. I remember being in the server room with him one time, and one of the servers had this like problem with one of the cards on it. And I'm not joking. He had a screwdriver on him. And he while the server was on and running, he would hit it with the screwdriver and then go back to his desk. And he'd be like, okay, it's working now. And he would do this all the time. We didn't know he was doing it either until the time that I went in the room with him. Because I was like, what are you doing to get this working again? Because it seemed like a hardware problem. And it was likely it wasn't seeded properly. Godot 3 had 2D batching. It did, yeah. When they went to Vulkan, they I guess they started from scratch or something. I don't know. It's supposedly coming. Yeah. But I could go ham. It's a matter of re-adding it. Yeah. I could go ham and redraw it, but for now we're okay, I think. But I would like even more performance. But yeah, when you look at the frame, like if you use remote, what's it called? Render dock. Literally every single thing is it's pretty crazy. What I may implement in the time being. See, people ask why I feel Godot 4 isn't production ready yet. I know, and the thing is like I went to 4 because I was originally on GD script, and it was an extension thing. And then I started I was like, well, let's port it to C#. And now I'm like, well, damn, I could have stayed on 3. Switching to Vulkan rendering did double the performance though. But yeah, I mean, it'll come around, but yeah, I'm a little disappointed. Yeah, I might be able to. I had basically the same as Pustak. 2000 avatars is 60 FPS. 2001 is 58. Okay. I think people is prematurely concerned about all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm hitting what I need right now, but if you're doing like a bullet hell or something, it might be a problem. You could easily draw 2000. I think so too. I do need to Dandy, I actually have some questions about MIP maps you might be able to answer for me. So those avatars are built off of sprites that are 1024 by 1024, and I've got MIP maps on them, so they're scaling based on their. But I don't know, is the entire MIP map loaded into onto the GPU? That's something I just don't know what happens, or is it like in this? Maybe it's an engine thing because I wouldn't even know where to look. But is it, in order for a MIP map to be a MIP map, does it load the entire damn thing into memory, or they're part of the GPU's texture object? Okay. What's weird is I have scaled the MIP maps down tremendously, and it's made no difference to performance. I get 2000 avatars at 60. Okay, that's pretty good. But imagine, I'd be really curious, Mariano, what you get when you're streaming, and if you were to stream sometime and pop that open and just try it and see what happens. And it's good because the resolution is fixed for you guys on that export, so I know that you guys are all on the same window resolution too. Hey, come here, buddy. Come here, come sit. Go. Watch it. I love you, handsome. Get on the couch. Get on the couch. Well, you're not using per pixel transparency in this test. That'll add more GPU load. Transparency is enabled on that. I'm not sure I follow what you mean. Like if you were to open up OBS right now and add that window to your OBS, you could turn on allow transparency and it would be transparent. I'm not sure if that's what you mean. I mean, because the textures do have transparency. And the textures are imported using, let's look at the settings. Presently, I am using the following. Hey, come on, buddy. We're doing a fixed alpha border. It's VRAM compressed, sRGB friendly. We could disable HDR compression. Because I don't think we need that. I mean, your window's not transparent. If you had the intention of you yourself seeing the avatars on the screen, you couldn't. Oh, I see. Hey! This dog. Come here. Sit. Get on the couch. Boy. Come on. Up. 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 Boy. Sit. Boy. Okay. Down. Down. There you go. Wait. Okay. What do I need to read on the test? The right-hand side is the frame rate. Every time you add avatars, you'll see that number drop. Yeah, it's just that since we're not optimizing for console, Mariano, we want to know that we can push it. Because again, like streamers will have this running along with a game running and their encoding. And so we want to make sure that when streamers have this open and they have a game they've always played, and then all of a sudden it's choppy as hell, they're not like, oh, this thing sucks. You know what I mean? So like we can't optimize for 100. Right, but we can't know what their machine is going to do. Right? If it was console, then yeah, optimize for 100 or whatever. And we don't even know what their game, like if they're, we don't have how many cores they have. We don't know what their GPU's doing. Like if they're, you know what I mean? So that's why I'll always be thinking about optimizing that. And one of the ideas I had for the time being is to create a frame budget where I say something like there's only, like, let's say we want the threshold to be 100. You could just combine the avatars at that point into avatar groups, i.e. based on the user colors or something. So the green chatters battle the blue chatters, etc. Kind of, but I believe you haven't done enough. Yeah, I think so too. For now. But one of the ideas I have is to create a frame budget where we only allow X number of frames, and then based on Y sorting, we lower the frame rate that an animation plays at for one avatar over another, or something along those lines. Like if we have an active game, yeah, similar to a discussion had with a dev coming from Unity and scared of GC and Godot. Rewrite to Sibley or bust. 1000 at 60, but for me, but I have Blender Godot open and I'm watching several streams. So I'd argue that's not dissimilar to loading it in running stream. Yeah, I think so. God, it's Calvin, dude. Here. Go get it. Go get it. Good boy. So anyways, let's see if this code works now that we've moved it. 12 FPS at 3,600. So some benchmark, which I doubt can be trusted, showed that GDScript can be more performant than C#. I think the languages are so different, and GDScript has a cheat going straight to C++, that to benchmark GDScript against C#, you really need to see what the C# code is doing. Hey. Dude. Get over here. Over. There you go. GDScript is faster when you do most things through integrated tools. Yeah. For GDScript being faster, that means GDScript virtual machine needs to be faster than C#'s garbage collector. 6 to 7 FPS at 5,000. All right. So let's go to the settings here, and we have this resolution. And yeah, so now it still works, and let's make sure it saves. So we're going to set it at this low setting here, save it, close, and we'll reopen the app. And it should resize the window, and it did not. Let's go over to code and figure out what's wrong. Bro, Calvin, it is not a human being. Leave it alone. We go to the park and there's this soldier statue, and it freaks him out. Yeah, it could be one. Yeah, so you definitely need batching. Yeah, yeah, that's what I saw when I opened it up. But Godot does. I'm not gonna do this, but Godot does have the server. Dude, Cal, you nutter! Oh my gosh! It has the rendering server, so I could do it myself. Cal. All right, I think I need to go walk him. He needs a walk. C++ stream next time. Let's go. All right, I gotta get him a walk. Much love, guys. It's been great hanging out. This is an easy fix for the reloading of the settings. So we'll get that fixed up. We could raid Mud. I guess we could see if there's any other Gitio developers. It's been growing. There's my fat ass. Yeah. I'm always trying to give new people a go. So raid. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Pooh. He does need walkies. He's a nut. He's a nutter. Raid Shadow Legends. All right. Thanks for hanging out.